Good morning, everybody. We're here at Trump International, this beautiful golf course in West Palm Beach. I'm here with my co-host, Linda Sinkowitz. We're going to show you a little bit what Trump International looks, then we'll get right into our election security call. We're back here live, and our first speaker will be from the RNC, one of the head people, Brian Swenson. He's been with us before. He knows a lot of information about election security. So, Brian, come on down.
Oh, thank you so much, Steve. And I always appreciate the opportunity to join you guys on your call. Can you hear me?
We're back here live, and our first.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you for hosting me. Happy to be back. Would love to give everybody just an update on all the things that the Republican National Committee has been up to this year. As many folks know, that once President Trump won the election, we never stopped. We immediately dove into right after the election, recruiting election judges and poll workers in states like Pennsylvania. So we have been focusing and engaging in a number of states ever since the last election. And we just completed doing Virginia and New Jersey, where we successfully recruited hundreds and hundreds of poll workers who ended up getting hired to work for the local municipalities to oversee those local elections. One of the core focuses or new core focuses of the RNC this coming election cycle is in poll worker recruitment. So we've launched a portal called RepublicanPollWorkers.com, which helps to track the journey of folks as they're interested in applying to become poll workers. It's very important to us that we get more Republicans to become poll workers. The reason for that is because they're better able to watch and monitor the system and make sure that everything that should be done accurately and fairly is done. It gives you the best opportunity to actually having eyes and watching the process. For years, Democrats have been doing a really good job of recruiting poll workers. Well, that's something that Republican Party has now been putting a big emphasis on, which is making sure that poll workers actually get hired and placed. And one of the very fascinating things is there are some states, for example, Michigan has election parity laws in place that say that if you are applying to become a poll worker, they must hire for every one Democrat, they must hire one Republican. And that is something that is in law, in statute, in the state of Michigan. So in examples like Detroit, where they don't hire our people, what we will do is we'll litigate and make sure that our people are in fact getting hired. And that is an example of something that happened last year in the election. Was we had a lot of folks that applied, they did not get hired. We litigated, they changed, and we ended up having a record 600 poll workers that got hired and placed in the city of Detroit. Where that compares from 4 years before that, I think we had something to the tune of about 20 total poll workers that were hired in the city of Detroit for the 2020 cycle. Fast forward 4 years later, we ended up having 600. And those 600 people were placed in every single precinct, every single absentee count board, and every single early voting site. So that is one of the core new programs that we've launched this cycle is election poll worker recruitment in a number of our targeted states. states. In addition to that, where we are able to, we are sending folks in to be monitors of the logic and accuracy testing. So what that is basically before an election is held, they test the machines to make sure that they're tabulating the ballots accurately before they're deployed out into the field. So that is another emphasis that we are doing this election cycle. And on top of that, we have launched a special monitor training where we have folks that are given even more specialized training to monitor and pay attention to elections. So we are in the middle of launching this year's program. As I said earlier, poll workers, RepublicanPollWorkers.com is a portal where people can sign up to become poll workers. But there's also ProtectTheVote.com. That is another opportunity for folks to become poll watchers or poll workers in their targeted states. Our litigation team, very, very successful. We are now, I think, close to about 120 total lawsuits the RNC has participated in for just this election cycle alone. That is nearly double the amount that we have participated in from 2 years prior. So our litigation team and efforts have been very, very aggressive. Right now, we have sent letters out to 48 states asking what their list maintenance practices are. So what we're trying to do is make sure that every single state is actually cleaning and monitoring their voter rolls, and we're identifying what those practices are so we can help help educate other states on what are the best practices, what are not the best practices. We know that there are some bad actors who we continually come after for not cleaning up their election results. Wisconsin has a notoriously terrible voter file. Nevada, in the past, we litigated on their lack of ability to clean voter rolls, and they were able to clean voter rolls before the November election. So I would anticipate, you see something similar coming out of the RNC in instances where states are not cleaning their voter rolls and doing things by the book and how they should be. So that is just a quick update on all things that are going on over at the RNC. Thank you, Steve.
We have a couple of questions from the audience. One of them is, how do people get involved? How do they contact you? Many people around the country want to get involved, but they don't know how to do that.
Yeah, so if you want to get involved, you can go to ProtectTheVote.com. You can sign up. Our team will engage you right after you sign up. Or if you want to become a poll worker, you can go to RepublicanPollWorkers.com.
So I know you've done this for a long time. Could you tell us some of the prominent people that are working with you? A lot of people want to get in touch with them. There's a lot of information that is out there in all the precincts. I'm over here in Broward County. Palm Beach has some problems. How do they really get in contact with you? Many of the people listening are saying, well, we try to get in contact with people. We're never able to do this.
Yeah, the best way for folks to get in touch, again, is utilizing the website to sign up. And as soon as we have staff deployed in states, we are going to be reaching out to every single person that has signed up online. One of the prominent folks that is working with me on election integrity right now, her name is Brooke Rennie. She comes from Florida politics, as do I, and she is building this program in such an incredible and wonderful way where we are now doing way more than we've ever historically done out of the building. I mentioned that we are doing logic and accuracy and machine testing. We have deployed a special monitor training. Now we are collecting election results tape when polls close. Brooke helped develop a system that is collecting those tapes, the photos you take of those tapes, and it scans and enters it into the database in real time. In addition to that, we've launched a brand new CRM that tracks all issues and reporting and houses all data into one centralized location. But Brooke Rennie is one of the rock stars that is now leading up the program on the day-to-day level. And we have a number of guys that participated last election cycle doing election integrity. We have more folks that have returned and come back to work on election integrity because they're incredibly passionate about this and want to make sure that our opponents are not able to steal elections from us.
So Linda has a couple of questions for you.
So Brian, what states would you say are the most difficult to work with election integrity?
I would say difficult in the sense of election officials, I would say absolutely Michigan. Jocelyn Benson has been incredibly difficult to work with, and she has numerous times given out improper guidance to election officials on how to actually carry out the safe and secure election process in Michigan. She's been very challenging. The Nevada folks have been a little challenging at times. I would say those two states are right now jumping out at me. And then of course, Maricopa always has some issues and some problems. But those are, I would say, the ones that have been a little bit more challenging. Georgia as well. There's occasionally some problems in Georgia.
Okay, do you ever go after some of the smaller states like Connecticut? That's where I'm from.
Yeah, actually, what's funny is we have been expanding our footprint. This cycle, what we did was we started a program called the Non-Target State Program at the RNC. So what we are doing is we're standing up and training volunteer operations in all states that are not considered a target state by the RNC. But what we're doing is we're standing up trainings and helping to educate and empower them on some of the various resources and tools available to them. Great example over in Maryland, they are really focused on doing poll worker recruitment. Well, we have helped them to stand up a poll worker recruitment operation. They're utilizing our CRM. Connecticut, we've been involved in some of the voter file issues over in Connecticut. Hawaii is another good example. That's a state where we've now done a little bit of litigation in as well on their lack of list maintenance practices. So we are paying attention to every state, and the states where we find opportunity to litigate, we absolutely explore all of those options to make sure that everyone is conducting elections safely and securely.
Excellent. Thank you.
So
Yeah,
we just had a primary in Texas. Can you give us any input? What's going on there, and what do you see that could help you make changes in other states when they have their primaries?
Yeah, one of the fascinating things in Texas right now is they've recently changed up their voter file system. And so what the RNC does is we are able to, and GOP Data Trust, we are able to every month get the voter file updated from all of the various states that we've signed up for. Well, Texas, when they changed their system recently, we've tried to engage with them, and we're going to continue to try to engage with them. But we've noticed that they're much more late on delivering their voter file data. And I think it's because the new system, you have staff and people that are now relearning how to utilize it. Allegedly, it's a better system, but it seems to me like there is a little bit of messiness with how they've been able to roll it out, which is why now you're starting to see a number of issues of weird duplicate voters. But what we've been able to track is there have been no duplicate voters that have voted twice. That's something that we have verified, but there are just some problems and issues within their voter file right now, which I know they're working to clean up.
So again, how do people reach you or reach somebody at the RNC to get information? Because a lot of people want to sign up and they really don't know how to do it in their local areas. Now, I know you could become a poll watcher, poll worker, but other people want to go out and, talk to people about it. They want to go on TV. So they need information from the RNC. And we thank you so much for coming on today, because we have a lot of people listening, and the tape will be available at Stern American Rumble. We're live there. So if you could put something up where somebody could reach you, I know that's going to I know you get a lot of messages, but I think a lot of people in this country want to help with election integrity. We've been doing this for 4 years, and there's still not a lot of success, you would say. We have Peter Tickton working on it, who'll be here later talking about it. We have President Trump keeps saying no mail-in ballots, et cetera, et cetera. What do you see happening?
Well, again, the best way is probably you can follow us on X. We put out a lot of content and commentary on X at Protect the Vote. The RNC is very, very good. We just hired a new communications person that is starting to put even more content out there into the press. So you can follow us on election integrity at over on X. Again, you can sign up on the website, and as soon as we have staff deployed in states, which is going to be very soon, all of the folks that have signed up will be engaged and brought into the mix. So,
Brian, we got about a minute. If you have any last minute comments, I know you do a lot of work and you have more intelligence on election integrity than anybody else, and we're glad to have you. So we got about a minute. Just give us a little wrap up.
Yeah, no, I think it's really important for folks to understand that the the RNC, we continue to build and build and build from cycle to cycle the election integrity program. For those of you that are not aware, we were operating under the consent decree up until about 2018-19, and 2020 was the first time that the RNC was actually ever able to legally participate in election day operations. So that is basically election integrity. The program has been getting built up over the years, and now it's very, very aggressive to the point where, we are paying attention to every single piece of the election process, from when machines get tested and then deployed. We monitor the seal logs, and all the way up through election day when results tapes are posted at the polling locations. So we are involving ourselves in every single step of the process through trying to recruit poll workers, getting poll monitors and observers placed. We continue to be more and more aggressive. And as I just said earlier, with our litigation efforts, we're sitting at about 120 total different pieces of litigation or legal activity that the RNC has engaged in, which is almost twice as much as it was 2 years ago when President Trump was running for re-election again at this time. So we've been very, very aggressive. The RNC, I would expect to continue to see it taking a very aggressive posture on litigation. And we're always big fans to find opportunities to go after those that don't want safe and secure elections.
Thank you very much, Brian. We appreciate you taking time of the day to come in. We'll see you again in a couple of months. Take care.
All right. Thank you, my friend.
Next up, we have our famous co-host here, Linda Sinkowitz, fightvoterfraud.org. I'm going to leave her too. I'm going to go out for a few minutes and take a cup of coffee while she's doing that. Go ahead, Linda.
Okay. So no questions, huh? All right. Well, thank you again for watching Steve Stern's podcast here. This is absolutely phenomenal. I got to tell you, Brian Sweeney, when he talked about Brooke Remy, she is absolutely a shining star. She is doing an absolutely fantastic job over at the RNC and with elections. So everybody's going to see a big difference with how the RNC is being run right now. So anyway, as Steve Stern said, I'm Linda Sinkowitz. I'm the founder and CEO of Fight Voter Fraud. What we launched this January is Operation Verify Voters 2026. Basically, we want to get everyone active. You don't even have to join a group. We want to be able to train you. It only takes about 15 minutes on what you can do in your own neighborhood, on your own street. You know who moved. You know who died. Those are the people that you really need to let your election officials know about. They need to take them off the list. We will walk you through and tell you what you actually need to do. And every state is different. If you don't want to end up challenging them after, we've given us the information or you weren't able to get anywhere, you just let us know and we will hold your hand. But it's really important that everyone get involved. It doesn't take much time. First thing is to make sure that if you had your driver's license renewed, make sure that you are still listed under the party that you were originally listed under. Because there has been numerous times, like in Connecticut, that if you were a Republican and you renewed your license, all of a sudden you were either a Democrat or unaffiliated. Whether intentional or not, that is something you need to look into. The same thing if you go somewhere else, like to AAA. You need to make sure that your registration is accurate. Now, if you've moved and you went to a new location, how many of you think that somebody else is going to remove you from the voter rolls? Bet a lot of you think that. It is your responsibility. You need to make sure you contact the election official where you used to vote to let them know that you have moved. And then please absolutely register in your new location. We want everyone to be able to vote, but we do not want you voting 2 times or having absentee ballots sent from your former location because you had your mail forwarded. You have 30 days where you can vote where you used to live. After that, you need to vote where your primary domicile is, which means wherever you live, 6 months and 1 day. That is your primary. It's also what you file legally with the IRS as your primary location. Now, nobody else is going to know, what you sent to the IRS. I'm just letting you know, whatever you put on the IRS is where you should be voting, which is where your physical body should actually be. It is so important. Now, some of the other things you need to make sure to do is that if you get married, make sure you change your registration. It's simple, it's easy. Unlike you hear the blue states out there, the Secretary of State's complaining, or a number of other organizations on the left saying, oh, it's too much trouble. They didn't have time to change their last name when they got married. It is your personal responsibility to do that. It's yours. It's on you. Our being able to vote is something that our forefathers fought for you to have a voice. We all need to have a voice. We all need to have one vote. And how do you think it feels to have your vote negated by illegals that are voting? People who have died, yes, they do vote. Unbelievably, they get resurrected and they come back and they keep voting. Obviously, we know it's not them, but there's a lot of nefarious people out there. So when you have a loved one that passes away, make sure you contact where they were voting for the election integrity officials and let them know that they need to be removed. Because again, some nefarious person is going to come along and use their vote. It's been done thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of times. So it does happen. So again, you want to be vigilant with that. So we want to be able to train as many people as possible on very, very simple things that you can actually do. It's free. You can go to our website, fightvoterfraud.org. You can choose different times that you're available to go through the training. My assistant, Tim, will be more than happy to schedule it for you and let you know. He's fantastic in training everyone. We want to have all 50 states involved. Right now, we're at 22 states that we have people that we've trained. We also are available to train groups. We can also set up special times. We can go in person. But the big thing we'd like you to do is get someone to help sponsor the training. Like I said, if you don't want to put $10 in, that's okay. See if you can get somebody else to sponsor the training. But we want as many people as possible to even know the basics, the very basics on what's going on. And if you are a registered voter and you don't vote, don't you dare complain about anything that happens in your town or your country. This is your opportunity to have your voice heard. We need as many people as possible to be voting. And this 2020 midterms are so incredibly important. You absolutely need to vote. And think about this. Do the buddy system. When you go to vote, bring somebody else with you, a registered voter. We want this midterm to have as many votes as possible. It's really important. So again, with Operation Verify Voters 2026, go to fightvoterfraud.org, sign up, and we'll do the training. If you have any questions, you just reach out to info@fightvoterfraud.org. We answer every single email. That email actually goes to 3 different people, including me. One of us, or 2 of us sometimes, ends up getting back to you. So that's what we're doing right now, Steve.
So we still have a lot of people who are voting twice in different states. How are we going to stop that?
Well, that's where our training will also help. Our organization has been looking into the double voters and how we cross-match everything. Just an outside number in 2024, I believe it was 194,000 people, we believe, double voted all across the country. There's people that double vote, triple vote, quadruple vote. It's very difficult to find them sometimes. That's why we do the deep dives. We've worked with a number of states that we've gotten the information to have the people removed. You can only vote once. That's it. But that's not what is happening. And as far as the illegals that are on the voter rolls, and yes, we do have a number of illegals on the voter rolls. You can go to our website at fightvoterfraud.org. In August of 2024, we have a letter up there that you can send to your Secretary of State that will show exactly how they can get the information from the federal government. The Secretary of State is the only one who can do it in each state. And it's free. So, like I said, we have that information up there as well. So everybody can help.
Thanks very much, Linda. While
Thank you.
we're doing our election security call, we have a golf tournament going on here with 54 golfers. And then around 1 o'clock, we start our lunch. And I've been lucky enough to work with our next guest, who's the chairman of the Broward Republican Executive Committee. He's going to be talking about precinct strategy and how do people get involved. So I'd like to tell you about our new precinct, projectusa.org. If you go to precinctprojectusa.org, this is the new website to get involved. And we'll tell you about it a little bit later, but this is very important. Dan Schultz still has his www.precinctstrategy.com up there, but this is the new one. And we're going to tell you what's going on. There'll be a precinct strategy Zoom here later this month. We'll tell you about it. Next guest is our famous guy who's helping me run this tournament and also running the event. Chris Marino is the chairman of the Broward Republican Executive Committee. I am the vice chairman. Take it away, Chris.
Thank you, Steve. And Linda, that was very interesting commentary on what you said earlier and about
Thank
how neighbors, you're asking for a call to action. You're asking people they know their neighbors, to report that if someone has passed away, to update voter records. So in my segment here, what we're going to talk about is something called precinct strategy, but this is actually how you can become involved and how you can help the Republican Party, but be active in your local neighborhood or your local community. So what precinct strategy is that saying become a member of the local Republican Party. Now, that doesn't mean that you're a registered voter. That means that you get with your local Republican Party, not a club, but the party itself, which is usually the county party, and you become a member. That is typically free of charge. And by becoming a member, you're known as what's called a precinct committee man or a precinct committee woman. That means you're the representative in your voting precinct, which is also your neighborhood at home. So by becoming involved with the Republican Party, you now start to become connected with others who can also help you with local supervisor of elections, et cetera. So if election integrity is something that you'd like to take up, by being involved with the local party, you're going to be able to know who to talk to, who to connect with, and then actually report those who have changed their living status or whatever the case is, or working with the supervisor of elections for election integrity in your community. So that by becoming a member of your local Republican Party, you can really, that's your origination point for being active and then taking advantage of all the things that you're learning here today on this podcast and everything that you learn on Stern America. Now in Broward County, Florida, which is where Steve and I are the chairman and vice chairman of the party, we're doing some things that are interesting. We're always working on building membership. But what we're doing now that is something that is, it shouldn't be unique, but unfortunately it is unique, is that we're now beginning to reach out to different demographic groups that are Republicans, but that are not well represented inside our party itself. So for example, right now, and if any of you want to write this down, you can go to browardgop.com/Black-Americans. And you can get an idea. We have done massive texting into our Black American community of those who are Republicans, letting them know you are very welcome in our party, and our party isn't complete without you. So to please come in and help represent the communities. But that is just an expansion of everyone getting involved. But why is that so important? Because what's happening is that those who are in all different groups and different neighborhoods in different parts of your county, they know who their neighbors are who are not Republican, but also think like them. So for example, they'll know who their conservative leaning neighbors are, and they can help expand the party and contract the Democrat Party. So becoming involved with the local Republican Party and then having your local Republican Party continue to work on outreach efforts to reach out into the community, be it you, and you can break it down into any group, but continue to welcome everyone in, whether it's Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, whether it's women, whether it's young people. We want to continue to invite everyone in, working together and represent and building the representation that is earned through our party and out into the community. So, but back to precinct strategy, you can go to precinctstrategy.com and learn more about it. That's precinctstrategy.com. And being a member of the Republican Party means that you are actually an elected official, elected within the local party. Your name could even be on a ballot at some point to become elected, although it typically does not. Normally, about 50% of our positions available are vacant, which means that if you apply to join in the Republican Party in your community, chances are there's an opening for you and you're going to be accepted right away. Normally, it requires 365 days as a registered Republican. But once again, we want you to be active. We want you to be involved with the party. A little more on that, Steve. Do I have a few more minutes?
Yeah,
to
you
share?
got about 4 more minutes.
A little more on that. So what happens when you become a member of your local Republican Party is you become the foundational building block of the Republican Party on a national level. So it works. You have the national party, you have your state party, and then you have your local party, which is typically a county party. At the meetings that we have, typically monthly, sometimes bi-monthly, you'll come to a meeting and there are votes that are put before the members. These votes are put there by the chairman and the members will vote on that. What is happening in that vote is your opinion is now being transferred into the actual functioning portions of the Republican Party. So you actually have a voice in the Republican Party when you become a member, which changes our procedures, our policies, and more just by being a member. So that's how you can have true impact on changing the Republican Party for the better by actually being a member of that party, not just a registered voter.
So we have a lot of people, out in Broward County. Give us a little idea of how you think we can get more people involved. One of the things that we open up our new website is to start to let people voice their opinions, get information in, and get other people out. So in your experience as chair for numbers of years, give me a little idea of how the people out there get more people out there to join their Republican Party. We have 400,000 slots, 200,000 people involved. We need to get more. We cannot win elections anymore unless we get more people involved.
Well, that 400,000 number that Steve just quoted to you all is really how many available positions we have in the Republican Party on a local level across the country. And what he said was there's about 200,000 people that are active, which means that about 50% of the positions across the country are available, which is why I said you'll come right in most cases and be accepted. The best way is to first, you do it. Be involved, come to meetings, see what's going on, and you'll be able to fit yourself in any way. The next is share that with neighbors, friends, family, etc., and then also bring that in. Everything that we do on a local level is grassroots. It's all person to person, something social media companies can't get in the middle of, slow us down, anything along that line. So we want you to share this, and by sharing that, sharing what we're doing is the best way. Now, I will say this. The Democrats have an advantage on us right now. And why that is because they're upset and we're happy. When we were upset a few years ago, our numbers were building and building and building and building. This is not the time to rest on our laurels. This is the time to be active. So this is where everyone needs to speak. We can't listen to the podcast, listen to this information, but take no action. Steve's famous statement is action, action, action. So we must stay engaged. We must stay active. So we're asking you all, look up your local Republican Party, get involved, get your family and friends involved with you.
Thank you very much, Chris. We appreciate it. I know you got a lot of work out there to do. We're trying to seat all the people, get everybody here. When we run one of these operations, it takes 6 weeks, night and day, to get this done. We still have people canceling, coming. It's round the clock. We have 200 people here, 54 golfers. We've raised a lot of money. This is our fundraising event in order to be able to get money out for getting Broward red. Broward is one of the only counties, there's about 4, I think, am I right, in Florida that are still a little blue. We're moving it to the red side. So this is the way we get. If anybody would like to donate, of course, you can donate to the Broward Republican Committee. You want to tell them how they could donate if they'd like to?
Sure. If anybody would like to participate in this event, and believe me, every dollar you spend is one more Republican that we're able to get to the polls this November, and voter turnout is what it's all about. So if you go to browardgop.com and click events, you'll see today's event on there. Just click that event and you can donate any amount. Even $10 or $20 would be 10 or 20 more Republicans that we can communicate with and make sure that they vote in this November's election.
Thank you very much, Chris. We appreciate it. I know you got a lot of work to do out there, so we're going to let you
Thank
go.
you
And we're going to bring in a famous guy who unfortunately, or fortunately, he came and he fell in the airport. He's on crutches, came from the hospital here. So Harry Hurry, who is going to pull in over here, Unite for Freedom. He's on Steve Bannon all the time. I usually follow him. I don't know why I'm following him, why he's not following me, but it's a lot of fun. So we're going to get him over here in a second. Unfortunately, he's got to go a little bit slow, and we thank him for getting out of the hospital, being in pain, and coming out here and tell you why we have to fight.
I think it's usually best, Steve, if you're the second, because then you can refute everything I say. So anyway, thanks for having me. And you've just shocked all my Unite for Freedom people because I haven't told them I broke my leg last night. So anyway, basically, what we talk about all the time is the fact that our election system is totally broken. And, you know, we all have our kind of area of research, right? So some people focus on the, you know, registration rolls. Some people focus on voter ID. Some people focus on chain of custody being broken on ballots. Some people want to focus on the election equipment itself and the fact that, you know, in many states, probably all states, if you really look at it properly, the machines are not appropriately certified. Then you have the issue with regard to whether or not they're counting, tabulating the ballots, whether or not they're being aggregated into the election management system appropriately. And then the fact that through that whole process, particularly with mail-in ballots, you have no continuity of information or reconciliation. It's impossible because they've broken the process so badly. You can't prove that everything has come through the system as it was supposed to come through the system. So not only do we have to look at registrations, we have to look at the people and how do we know that that person is really the right person? How do we know that the ballot was submitted was the one that touched the voter's hands? How do we control that process in a way that will give us a result that's reliable? One of the things I talk about, although I'm very conservative, is that the principle of elected government, the democratic institutions inside the definition of the constitutional republic that we have, requires that we be able to vote, you know, and elect our own representation. So what we advocate is deep analytics associated with the entire process of the election. You know, how accurate are the voter rolls? How accurate is the determination that the people that say they're that person is actually that person? We have people, you know, submitting rental receipts as proof of eligible U.S. citizenship for voting, which is just outrageously irresponsible. So what Unite for Freedom does or has done is look at the voter rolls, look at the voters that actually are voting, that are on the voter rolls, but voting, that don't appear to be real people, looking at the equipment. My first testimony in front of the Supreme Court back in 2020 was about the fact that nothing was properly certified, either by federal standard or by fact, because they had not, CISA had not done what they had agreed to do with regard to the certification process. So what we have to do is concentrate on everything. We talk about it all the time. I need to know who the voters are. I need to know that the people being given a ticket to vote are real. I need to be able to track the ballot from the person's hands all the way through to the tabulation process, and it has to be secure. And then if we're going to use equipment at all, which frankly, we can't at this time. I mean, some people say I'm an advocate of machines. I'm not an advocate of machines. What I'm an advocate of is going after responsibility and holding people accountable for breaking current law. So when I talk about machines, I talk about it in a nuanced sense that we are using those machines illegally. Illegally. They need to be held back. There's no way with a proper FSMA certification that these machines could be used in any less than 3 to 5 years. So this is what we're fighting. The latest thing we've done is we've looked at oscillations in real time. We just released a report yesterday with millions of changes of voter history. And everybody says that, you know, our vote's secure, but the fact of the matter is we see these changes that are totally illegal. A voter appears to have voted, then they appear not to have voted. Some of them go back and forth several times, and then they end up not on the voter history roll at the end. How does this happen? It's either a gross negligence on the part of the election officials, which I don't believe, or it's some sort of massive fraud. Then what we see after the election, after certification, are hundreds of thousands in some states, edits to the voter rolls. Why would people be editing 300,000 votes after the election? The reason is they're covering something up. What are they covering up? They're either covering up their illegal conduct or they're covering up intentional illegal conduct. It doesn't matter. They shouldn't be doing this. People need to be held accountable. We're advocating now emergency action. We don't have time. We don't have time to change the laws before 2026. Our only solution is to have in-person mail-in ballots eliminated, and in-person paper ballots counted by hand with an ironclad chain of custody from the beginning all the way to the end, knowing that they're securely stored. Most people don't even pay attention to this, but in 2020, millions of ballots lost their chain of custody completely. We even burned down a storage facility in Arizona. So whether that was intentional or not doesn't matter. We don't have any protection on these things. And then we find digital signatures that don't work. Last week I was on Bannon several times about this, this problem that we found both in Maricopa and in Georgia, where the digital signatures on the CVR they're not correct, or even worse, images are missing, but we somehow counted the ballot anyway. So we have to have a conduct of elections that's legal and honest and open and transparent. If we don't do this, we're going to be stuck in this rut forever. And the fact of the matter is, all you have to do is look at the dynamic. When an area is turned under the control of blue areas, they stay blue. Republicans don't give any money to make sure that blue areas are running fair elections. Often you don't have bipartisan judges even available. You're doing adjudication. We saw some pictures this morning of Texas adjudication process. No bipartisan judges in the process at all. And the fact of the matter is, what we have is a situation that's totally uncontrolled. We've got to get rid of that. We have to have a system that actually works. The fact of the matter is, under federal law, the word certification means something is accurate and compliant. We don't have accuracy and we don't have compliance, and it's got to stop. We can show you problems with the voter registration rules, problems with the voters that voted. We can show you that a lot of people aren't even who they say they are. We can show you that the machines are completely flawed from a technical certification perspective. Most people know this, but I used to work with the NSA and the Information Assurance Directorate. Our job was to secure things, and I start laughing. I mean, David Clements and I talk all the time about machines and their lack of certification. I do change the nuance a little bit. I mean, a lot of people just want to throw the machines out. What I want to do is say, if you haven't met the letter of the law, you can't use them. I'm not saying that we can make them secure. I'm saying that it's their responsibility to make it secure, which, knowing this area of expertise very well, it's impossible that they're going to have secure election platforms in anything less than 5 to 10 years without spending billions of dollars. They're not going to spend the billions of dollars that it would take. and they're not going to put that kind of priority on it anyway. The U.S. military used to use devices like the Radiant Guards and the HAPI routers and these types of things. These systems were secure up to a high level of assurance. It was called HA, right? High assurance. It meant that some foreign power could get possession of it, and it would be very unlikely that they'd be able to recover anything from those devices. Our current systems are personal computers based on early versions of Windows sometimes. There's still Windows XP devices being used, probably the single most insecure operating system on the planet, followed by Windows 10, which is also being used in a number of these systems. We have to get rid of them. This is a monstrosity. We go into TCF Center, we go into Pittsburgh, Allegheny County in 2020, and the cages that are supposed to have the servers locked are unlocked. Even though the contracts that purchased the material said no internet connections, we detect internet connections anywhere. This isn't conspiracy. They're breaking the law. We have to have legal, compliant, fair, open, and honest and accurate elections. That's all we're asking for. It should be, Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Green Party, they all ought to be lining up because no one has a guarantee that the voter is being heard. This country is owned and controlled by the voters, not by the politicians, not by the bureaucrats, but the voters, the U.S. citizens that the Constitution serves. What else would you like me to say, Steve?
Let everybody know where to get you. We're running a little late today, so
Sure.
I appreciate it. And we'll get you back on here on the 18th or 19th when we have our next election.
Thanks. Unite for Freedom. It's the number 4, uniteforfreedom.com. We need your help, donations, help, advice, ideas. Call us and let us know what you think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to have now on Greg Stenstrom, our guy who's always on, so you know him. I don't need an introduction. And Colonel Tim Schindler is going to come over here. They'll share the microphones and be on. So go ahead.
Morning, everybody. Here we go. This is helpful so I can see. Harry, myself, and Colonel Schindler, we had a heck of an adventure getting here, planes, trains, and automobiles. But we're here. I'm only going to take a brief amount of time. I want to dedicate most of the time to Colonel Schindler. But I've been involved in election integrity since 2020, November 2020. Been co-defendants with President Trump twice. Leah Hoops, we've been co-defendants in defamation suits. And we prevailed in 3 different defamation hearings, 3 different defamation trials, using truth as a complete defense. And the truth is a complete defense. We demonstrated election fraud. But what I want to cover in about 2 minutes is there's 3 aspects to election fraud that we need to look at and the reasons why. So if you look at this in 3 things, they subvert elections, then they obstruct investigations, interagency collaborative effort to obstruct investigations, which is what Colonel Schindler is going to talk about. And then they extract wealth. Why do they do it? I need to steal an election. I need to obstruct investigations. And then I need to steal. So what we've got is we've got the evidence and lawsuits pressing against the government and pressing against accountable people to ensure election integrity and stop them from subverting elections. Then Colonel Schindler has primarily led the effort to show an interagency collaborative effort going up to the top levels of the FBI, the Inspector General, and the Attorney General's, the DOJ's office, to obstruct investigations. And sadly, I've been very supportive of Pam Bondi and Kash Patel over the past year. I can no longer give them that support. I think it is unconscionable that they are ignoring this. And at this point, it's not negligence, it's intentional. And President Trump needs to hold them accountable and remove them from office if necessary to ensure that these investigations go forward so that they can't keep extracting wealth. So in the 1 minute that I'm going to take remaining, Harry Howery and I from Unite for Freedom have been working together. What we've looked at, if everyone looks at the elections, everyone has been fighting a black box, centralized counting centers. We can't get any of the public records. We can't get anything that would be able to allow us to do a diagnostic accounting of elections. So we've shifted colors, and we've learned over the past 5 years that what we now look at is input and output. And the way the law works, and federal and Supreme Court law works, is if I can prove a disparity between the input and the output, I don't have to go into the black box. I don't have to say what happened in the counting center. So what Harry described as great variances of numbers by millions between the input and the output. So we have one specific case I'll call to mind, call you to attention to is CV Charlie Victor dash 2025 dash 009036. Now that's on the Delaware County, Pennsylvania public docket. You can look up CV dash 2025 dash 009036. And that's a suit about the certifications on the machines that are used in our elections. Not a single machine in Pennsylvania is certified, and we've proven they have unauthorized code in the entire state of Pennsylvania. In Delaware County, what we did is, instead of fighting what's happening inside the box, we looked at an input and an output. And we said the input is you need to press a button on the machine in a menu, and an output is the EAC certification, and it's just got it's a fingerprint. It says if you press an input, I don't care what happens in the machine, it's going to produce an output. And I think the black box argument is they've been trying to obfuscate this. Just that case 9036, I think, is going to solve that problem, and we are going to go forward in the state, and we're going to get at least secure machines. As Harry said, we're not going to ask them to get rid of the machines, but we're at least going to secure them. And this, if you follow us, if you follow me on patriot.online, and we put quite a bit of information. People here know my email. You can contact me. And I thank you for your time. I want to turn the rest over to Colonel Sindelar to talk about, I talked about subverting elections, obstructing investigations, and extracting wealth. Colonel Sindelar is an expert in the obstruction of the investigations and has been working for 10 years on this.
Thank you very much, Greg, and we'll have you back on here on the 18th when we have our next election security call, which should be huge. We have a lot of people on today podcasting that normally don't come on because their shows are on in the afternoon. So thank you very much for everybody coming on today. We're expecting about 6 to 8 million people here today. We'll let you know how many come on after that. Colonel Timler, you're up.
Hi, how are you? It's a pleasure to be here. As Greg said, I'm a strategic planner, and I'm a guy that takes a look at constructs and systems and then tells you how they're designed and what they're designed to do. Obviously, there's no question now that there is something wrong with the voters program. But I think what people are doing is they're still looking up and out, and they need to start looking down and in. Everything you're seeing is constructed, meaning that it was designed this way. It goes all the way back to the National Voter Registration Act, which was referred to as the Voter Motor Law. And the reason we had what was called the Voter Motor Law was because in 1993, President Clinton said that it would be a lot better if people could register their cars and register to vote all at the same time. That was 1993. That should sound very familiar to you now because people are making arguments along the lines of, well, I can't get registered to vote. I mean, I can get a car registered, I can get a driver's license, but I can't get registered to vote. And therefore, this option, which has been there since 1993. Now, in 2002, they took another step. This is the big picture, guys, looking down. Right? They started the Help America Vote Act, HAVA, and they did two things. One, they created the Election Assistance Commission. And the mission of the Election Assistance Commission was to ensure that all the hardware and all the software that was going to be used in 1,143 counties across the United States was certified, meaning that the federal government stepped in 2002 and said, we're going to take responsibility for assuring that the hardware and the software is indeed good. Now, obviously, that's a big problem. So the question is this: if we have a federal independent entity or an agency that does not report to the President of the United States, responsible for certification of all the hardware that is being used in 1,143 counties, I guess it's a question of how flat is the cat. I mean, we keep running over the cat time and time again, and everybody goes, my goodness, the cat is flat. And I'm like, absolutely. But it's time for people to start looking at the bigger picture. The bigger picture is that the Election Assistance Commission, which has the responsibility for ensuring the integrity, has failed. And now, one of the things that they did is they also implemented a commissar into the EAC, an individual who responds through an alternative command and control system, and it's called the Inspector General. So the Inspector General of the EAC works directly with the Inspectors General, the Council of the Inspectors General, on integrity and efficiency, along with every other Inspector General in every single bureau, board, agency, and commission in the whole federal construct. So they know exactly. Now, if you don't think this is a problem, I'll end with this. Right now, HR 22 is the very piece of legislation that is supposed to put criminal penalties against any federal official who registers an individual to vote that is not properly certified. First time. But there seems to be a problem. It's been sitting on the Senate leader's desk for over 9 months. It's still sitting there. So the reason it's still sitting there and it hasn't had any effective action is because they don't want to pass the certification, because once they do, it requires every state to clean the voter rolls. That's both Republican and Democrat led. So the most important thing that has to happen now is, if you do not get the Safeguard America Voter Eligibility Act, SAVE, passed, it will not matter. They've already wasted almost 9 months of time. So somebody has to ask the question, what does it mean when you have a president who is a Republican, you have a Speaker of the House that is a Republican, and then you have a leader of the Senate that is a Republican? And if they are unable or unwilling to do this, you now know why the cat is flat. So you can run over it as many times as you like, you'll still have a flat cat. So it's the most important piece of legislation. And if there's any realistic desire to ensure that the 2026 midterm elections are held with any modicum of success, you're going to need to pass that, and pass it soon, so that you have enough time to direct all of the governors of all the states to clean the voter rolls. Thank you.
So what do you think we should do as the public in order to get this passed?
That's easy. Every single American, there are 4,032 members of the House right now, because 3 members of the House are not there anymore. But they need to reach out to every single congressman and every single senator right now, and say, if you're a Republican and you are not here to pass that piece of legislation so we can enact it, then I would argue that there's something fundamentally wrong.
Well, we can clearly see that there is absolutely something, fundamentally wrong with it not being moved forward. Just out of curiosity, how do you feel about eliminating the filibuster in order to make this happen?
If they do that, which is an interesting piece, that would be a predicate, of course, to potentially removing judges. Once you go down that road, of course, you cannot come back. So that's not my forte.
Mm-hmm.
My forte is to explain how systems work, is to explain how constructs work, so that people understand, if you will, from the top down, vice the bottom up. And I think that if we continue to argue over whether or not there's a problem with a voting machine, I think that it's a stalwart effort, but it's really a waste of time. I'm sorry, because you already know that.
Right.
So there's no reason to continue to do it. I think the bottom line is this: Americans know the difference between facts and fertilizer.
Yes, we do.
And if there is a distinctive difference between what somebody is telling you is a fact, and you know it's fertilizer, then I think you have an obligation to step up and do something. The days of eating the popcorn and just hoping is over. You're not going to find half a pound of unobtainium. There's no 16 ounces of hopium waiting for you. This is something you all are going to have to do.
Thank you very much. We got to move on here. We're running a little late today. I want to thank you. I know you had trouble getting here. We appreciate you coming down.
You're welcome. Thank you
got
for
it.
having it. Appreciate it.
So want to thank everybody. We're going to have our next guest come up, and I'll tell you about him in a second. But we'd just like to say we're being sponsored by theflagshirt.com. Go to www.theflagshirt.com. You know, it's my company for 72 years. You can see that. We have our 250 items, and we're ready to rock and roll. So we're going to bring up our next guest, who is a famous lawyer. We're lucky to get him. I had to really pull a lot of strings. All his assistants wouldn't let me get to him, but I finally got to him. We got him here. The Honorable Peter Tickton. He's going to tell you a lot of information, so listen up.
Okay, I'm not even sure where to start because there's so many things happening. I know
Start at the beginning.
Everybody wants to hear about Tina Peters. And all I can tell you is that we have hope that the governor of the state of Colorado, Governor Polis, is going to do the right thing this week. If he's going to do it at all, we figure it's going to be now or never. And he needs to do it. But even if he doesn't, we're very hopeful. And we have good reason to be hopeful in terms of the appeal, because the arguments on the appeal, the oral argument went extremely well. We saw that the judges had done their homework. They understood the case. And I think we're going to have a very good result with that. Meanwhile, her health is, she still has that persistent cough, and she's, I don't want to say she's declining because you're going to think that she's dying, but she's not dying. But she's not healthy either. And we really care about Tina more than you know. In terms of Tina, please, if you want more information, please go to Tina Peters, TINAPETERS.us, and you'll find out for her. But the main thing that I'm here to speak about today is the fact that we have an election emergency that's occurring. And we're going to need an order from the president. I know the president said he's not going to sign any kind of emergency order where he takes over the election process, and nobody's asking him to do that. And I don't know where we are exactly in this whole process, but time is marching forward, and we know things right now that I can briefly tell you, because my time here is a little bit limited.
Yeah, you have about 9 minutes.
Okay. Well, here's the important thing. We know certain information. Now, I don't know just this information from being, somebody that's a friend of the president. If you know me at all, you know that I wrote the book, What Makes Trump Tick. And also, you know that I love Donald Trump. And I'm proud of him. Something in high school, I always knew he was smart, okay? Because he and I, fought against each other for our position in the class and for marks and so on. We competed, but always with good feelings. And I always knew he was a bright guy. But looking at the way he's running this presidency, frankly, I didn't know he was that smart. But man, look at what he's doing. So I know him, I love him, I'm proud of him, but the main thing I'm here for is what I've been finding out from doing lawsuits. I represent a number of people that are in the election space, so to speak, not just Tina Peters, but others. There are lawyers that are being prosecuted, or I should say persecuted, in Michigan who are there because of what happened in Antrim County. Now, Antrim County, Michigan, is a very red county. And after the election, it's a very red county that ended up voting blue for Biden. And so what was observed was that the vote got flipped. and this is just me speaking, this isn't just a theory, this is what happened. The vote got flipped. Everybody who voted for Biden, those votes went for Trump. Everybody who voted for Trump, those votes went for Biden in Antrim County. And afterward, there was a lawsuit. And in the course of that lawsuit, the computers and the tabulators were examined. And we now know as a fact, not as a question, not as a suggestion, not as an accusation, but as a fact, that there are phone chips in the tabulators. And those phone chips literally call out to a central source of computers. And this is what happened in 2020 because our experts were able to tell that there were 1 or 2 phone calls, I don't remember which, but 1 or 2 calls the evening of November 3rd, 2020 that went to a centralized computer, and another call that was made in the morning of November 4th, the day after the election, in the early morning hours. We know that the vote was fixed. Anybody who doesn't think that this is true, it is just not dealing with reality. I don't need to go through all the evidence to show, but just think about it. There's never been a state that's ever not that's ever stopped the count. It didn't matter if it was wartime, peacetime, epidemic time. Nothing ever mattered. The count was never stopped. All of a sudden, 5 states at the same time on an election night in 2020 stopped the count, and then we see this incredible increase of votes for Joe Biden that takes it away from Donald Trump and gives it to Joe Biden. And somebody's going to actually say to me that we have no evidence of it. What you don't need more to at least be suspicious of it. And then what we have from Fulton County. But my time is short here, so I can't get into the details. But let me tell you that these machines are capable of changing the vote. We've got 22 Republican senators that are up for re-election. If those seats are flipped, they will have more than they need to remove whoever they want to impeach. And believe me, it will be Donald Trump, it'll be J.D. Vance will be impeached at the same time. By then, Hakeem Jeffries is going to be the Speaker of the House, and the Speaker of the House becomes the president if both the president and the vice president are removed. That's their plan. That's what they think they're going to do. And so far, they're getting away with it. We've got to make sure that we flip this thing, because I have information at this point that already the machines are steering things in regard to what's going on in the primaries. So we're living in dangerous times, because if we lose it again, we're never getting it back. We will, the weaponization that we've seen in the past is going to be just a taste of what's coming in the future. And so this is the most important topic that I can speak of at this time, because all of our fates are up for grabs right now if those machines are allowed to be used in the 2026 midterms.
So you will see Peter here at 2:30 about that time, and he will be giving more information. I want to thank him for coming in today for both of our talks. He had to get up really early today, so we appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Dick.
Thank you so much
Next-
for all you do.
Well,
We're
we all working together. That's the key, and I appreciate that. The main thing is that we win the 2026 election, and over our next election security calls, precinct strategy calls, we'll be asking people to get involved all over the country. Start now. Call your local GOP. Get involved. We need people out there. We have great candidates that are running. If they don't have support, they're not going to win. The Democrats have stolen the precinct strategy book. They're out there canvassing. The Republicans seem to be laying back, thinking they're going to win the election, and it's not going to happen. So we will listen to Peter a little bit later. We're going to bring on a good friend of mine, Joe DeBox, who just flew down, and he's going to come up next. Joe, you want to come on down?
Sure. I am honored to be following up with you, sir.
So we're going to have a few more speakers here. We're running a little bit late, but we always get it done. You know, everybody helps. Joe is a good friend of mine. His flight was a little late, so we got him on a little bit later. Joe came down from New York today. He was up at a Lincoln Day event last night. Got right on the plane and came down. I'm not sure if he slept, but I wanted to tell you one thing. He's wearing one of our flag shirts, which I appreciate. Go to theflagshirt.com and you can have the same one that he has. Joe?
I happen to love this shirt. You gave me 2 shirts that day. I shared one with my identical twin brother, and he took that one, and I took this one, and my wife really liked this one the best too. Thank you so much, Steve Stern. I am honored to be here with you. Your effort and your work is really second to none. I wish there was more of you around. We should have one in every state, Steve Stern. Last night, you were absolutely correct. I spent the evening, I was the MC at the Lincoln Dinner, the oldest Republican club in New York. There was a little over 500 people there. I introduced Bruce Blakeman, who was tapped by Donald Trump to be the new governor of New York. Him and I spent a few minutes together. We're going to support him and help him in every way we can. Great people were there, like Lara Logan, bringing out the truth. Just listening to Peter Tinkton a few minutes ago and your prior guest as I was coming in, watching it. We're sharing your network on our network, Steve Stern. I don't know if you know that. The America First Media and Television is now producing right here. We're taking your Rumble lead and we're sharing it because people have to see what's happening. People have to really understand the truth. And I think that's the biggest problem. The fake news propaganda has continually given us a line that, and people regurgitate it. It's almost despicable to me to hear that our president was a felon. He was never a felon. Now, last night too, oh, this was fantastic. You're going to love this. John Eastman, one of the greatest constitutional attorneys in law, were there. He was one of the 24 gang that got arrested in Georgia. So Eastman was there, and I can't tell you how excited he is about some of the information that's coming out about that. Willing to come in and talk to you. You might have had him on the show before, Mr. Stern. I know that. John Eastman, a great constitutional attorney. The America First Warehouse and Media is bringing people together in Ronkonkoma, New York, which is about 35 miles outside of the Madami-Commie Manhattan bridges. We are gathering people to bring out America First candidates. I will tell you that it's changing world. You okay? How we doing? Everything good on time?
Sure.
All right. I just want to keep going. I just want to tell people that I want to establish a Republican club for Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump National Republican Club is an idea that's coming out this way. Steve's going to try and help me turn it over. I'll be meeting with Rudy Giuliani later today because we really want we want the approval for the idea that we have to gather America First patriots that want to push the vote, that are not afraid to get involved, sit at the voting booth. Steve, we are gathering hundreds and hundreds. All those cars driving up and down the communist state of New York is in a lot of trouble, but I believe we can help them and bring in awareness. Look what Trump did at his last, his State of the Union. Who cannot stand up for American values? Who would not stand up for those people that were their lives were destroyed? How about standing up for me? My brother John lost his boy to fentanyl. He was 24 years old, that boy. And it was in 2016 when we lost him and our lives changed. Everything changed. And Donald Trump said, I'm going to stop those drugs from coming over the border. And then my brother and I got off our knees and said, Lord, thank you for the lesson. Thank you for the wisdom and the direction that you put us in. It's America First, 150%. I don't know if you can see my little pin over here. Oh, let me go this way. If my hair's out of the way, Steve, you didn't tell me my hair was out of the way over here. Sometimes, my mother goes, show your hair. So I come and brush it off. Because it's Donald Trump. We love America First, and that's what we're here for. I will give my life up for it. I will give everything that I've earned, everything that I've worked for this great country. Taught to me by my father, the Marine, and then my mom gave me everything about God. So I'm on the right path. God, family, and country. And we're going to take it back. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. Tell us a little about your warehouse. How did that get started? Because it's very important. You have a lot of events over there, and I think it's important that people know about it.
We do. It was something that when President Trump, was doing his rallies, and he was doing back in 2016, running for office. We enjoyed him. We enjoyed The Last Man That Fell Off the Stage, or It Was Only Rosie O'Donnell. He had these great moments that I love because I'm a New Yorker and he gets right to the point. So he's having these rallies, and we're having people come to the warehouse. It wasn't anything big. It was just it's an 8,000 square foot, but most of it was filled with my storage and containers. But as it grew, people started coming. They wanted to see Trump, and they really wanted to hear what he had to say. Long Island was the leaders. We were on the front line with those cars running back and forth, hundreds of cars. This is where it is. We are red, but not really Trump red. And I'm going to change that with the America First Warehouse. We're going to bring candidates in. We have a few debates going on a, the GOP automatically chooses 3 or 4 people, but not one of these guys really care about America First. So we have candidates that are not chosen by the GOP. We've invited the GOP to come to the warehouse and sit with our choice, the America First candidate. And we'll see how that goes. But they seem to know the game a lot better, Steve. Like in 2016 or 2020 in our local district, when we had the America First candidate, all of a sudden, 2 months before the primary, they brought a person in with $1 million and she bought half the Long Island. And we wound up losing our America First candidate, putting in for a candidate that votes 52% of the time for America First values. What is with these people? You can get it from the American Heritage. You can get it from all these different organizations, right? America First Policy Institute. So they put together all of their votes on each one of the Congresses, and you can see your congressman how he votes. And I'm going to tell you what, if I brought home a 55 or a 60 and put it on my refrigerator at home, my mother, father would have beat me to death. I love the old school. How we doing? We good on
Yeah,
time?
we're good on time, and we just want to thank you for coming down.
I love you, Steve Stern.
Flew down. He could have been home doing this, but he wanted to come down and really, he wanted to get out of the cold weather. I don't want to say anything, but
The cold doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me. What I love is what you're doing, and I think it should be supported enough, and that's why I'm down here with you, Steve. If you need me to blow the horn in New York, I will blow the horn. Right now, we are showing the Stern America on our network, the America First Media and Television. You can get it on an app or on our website. We are simulcasting this right now.
So, we always have podcasters on here to let everybody know. We have probably 100 podcasters streaming this, OBBM Network, Lindell TV, many, many people helping us with this. And we always add new people. And we're lucky to have John Gordon here, who's a new podcaster adding to our list. I want to thank him for coming down. I want to thank you for being here.
God bless you,
You
Steve
got it.
Stern and Stern America. Let's fight. Fight, fight, fight.
Go ahead, John.
Well, it's such a pleasure to be with you. I really appreciate the opportunity. And I was debating this weekend what to talk about today. And I thought I would talk about the Georgia 2020 election, but I'm not sure I have any new news to impart. I mean, I think that has been litigated in the public domain sufficiently that if someone doesn't believe that Georgia was stolen in 2020, then I feel bad for you. So what I've turned my focus to is what are we going to do about it? And I want to know who stole the 2020 election. And it's time to hold those people accountable. They have ruined the lives of so many good people. You can start with Rudy Giuliani, who tried to stand for freedom and for a fair election. They took his bar license, they took his money, they took his reputation, and it frankly makes me mad as hell. And so I'm here to try and defend his honor, President Trump's honor. President Trump got revenge. He got reelected in 2024. Thank God we were on the verge of losing this country had he not been reelected. So I watch and I study this stuff every day like most of you. And it is my considered opinion that Donald Trump is actually doing something about it, but he's being so much smarter than I would be. He is going about it strategically and thoughtfully. And I think that he is in the midst of deconstructing the deep state right before our very eyes in real time. Chapter 1 of this book is Russia, Russia, Russia. We have had now incontrovertible proof that the Russia hoax was a fiction. It was the Steele dossier was bought and paid for by Hillary Clinton and orchestrated by the Perkins Coie law firm, and then propagated by Clapper, Brennan, and Comey. And for those of you that may not know, Brennan is under investigation by a grand jury 100 miles south of where we're sitting right now in Miami, Florida. I think that we are going to learn a lot through this grand jury investigation. I am hopeful that indictments will be coming out of it, and we will have a real inside look behind the curtain, and we will find out who the puppet masters are. I think it will lead directly back to Obama and Clinton and members of this deep state that think they're the smartest people in the room and that they know better than the American people what are in the American people's best interest. And I, for one, am sick of it. I do not want to be a part of an immoral, unconstitutional, shadow government or the subject of that, which I think we all are right now. And it needs to end. I think chapter 2 of this book will be the 2020 election. I think we've already seen it start to unravel because as I urged on my radio show for the last 3 years, that the U.S. Marshals needed to come to the English Street warehouse where the clerk of the Superior Court of Fulton County was the custodian of the ballots. As it turned out, someone listened, maybe, but they didn't send the marshal, they sent the FBI. And they now have the ballots, and the Democrats in Fulton County are behaving like they are in fear of their very lives. What legitimate interest does the County Commission of Fulton County have in the ballots of an election that happened 6 years ago? We're not redoing the 2020 election. We're just uncovering who did engage in felonious work in conjunction with that election, who did send out the order to duplicate count 3,800 ballots that you can see with your own eyes on Brad Raffensperger's own website, who did harvest thousands upon thousands of ballots, who did encourage people to vote from homeless shelters, UPS stores, and abandoned apartment buildings. So I think we might actually have a chance to get real justice. We learned just last week that Fani Willis accepted $2 million. Now, I don't know what you think, but to me, that's real money. $2 million in a personal grant that she got from the Biden administration. What more do you need to know? And with that $2 million that she pocketed, along with the money that Nathan Wade got from her office when they went on extravagant trips around the United States and the Caribbean, the result of that was the attempted demolishing of the 45th president of the United States and the 18 men who stood for our country and our Constitution. I think the third chapter of the book will be January the 6th. It was a charade. It was the best defense to put the Republicans on defense, and that was not an insurrection. If you believe that it was, just look at the case of Brandon Fellows. He was a 20-year-old kid that decided to take himself on a self-conducted tour of the Capitol. The Capitol Hill police opened the door. They invited him in. He went to the Hall of Statues. He spent 15 to 20 minutes there. He touched nothing. He destroyed nothing. He spoke to no one other than good morning, how are you? He left the Capitol on his own volition, and they arrested that young man and threw him in jail for 3 years, including solitary confinement. These people are evil, they are demonic, and they need to be held accountable. And I will not rest until that happens. I think the fourth chapter of the book might well be the implosion of Building 7. There's not an architect or engineer who has looked at that who believes that it was the result of a weakened foundation from the Twin Towers that fell 8 hours prior, 200 yards away. It's laughable that they would tell us that. And then I really want to know who did take a crack at President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania on July the 13th, 2024. I don't believe it was Thomas Matthew Crooks. The shooter, if you zoom in, had scars on his ear. Crooks didn't have any scars on his ear, but Maxwell Urich did, and he drove the white van to Butler from Mesa, Arizona, where his parents ran a company called Urich Munitions. That van was seen being towed away from the site minutes after the shots were fired, and he was named a person of interest. And then a couple of hours later, they said, oh, no, we made a mistake. It was really Thomas Matthew Crooks. But Urich did have scars because he had had gauges in his ear, and he had removed them, and they had scarred over. And it's just plain as day if you zoom in on the corpse on top of the building that it was Urich. And, you know, we can go back through all the bizarreness that occurred that day, washing the roof down an hour or two after the shooting, refusing to really get into the weeds on an investigation. It's JFK 2.0 for me. It was the lone crazed assassin, and his house was sanitized. Breadcrumbs were left between Gallery Place and DC and Crooks's house in the weeks just prior. And like I said, it needs to stop. The final chapter of the book, I hope, will be Who Killed Charlie Kirk. I don't believe for a moment that it was Tyler Robbins. A 30-06 would have inflicted massive head trauma on the exit wound. And not only was there no trauma, there was no exit wound. It was not a 30-06. I'm sorry. If you believe that, I've got some beautiful real estate just miles from where I'm sitting, right over here in the wonderful Everglades, and let's talk. But I'm glad everybody's tuning in. This is what it's going to take. A Reagan-style revolution of the American people to say no more. And that's the truth. And I appreciate your having me on today.
Thank you very much. This was a great little talk that you did, and we appreciate you coming on. Now, our next guest is famous because I know him. And also, he is a former congressman. He is the vice president of Liberty University. He's a Bannon co-host. I could go on forever, but I'll let him come on, and he'll tell you everything he knows. Thank you very much for coming. You'll also see him around 2:30 on our next show today.
All right, Steve, what do I go? You're gonna tell me when to shut up.
10 minutes.
I'm a professor, so you know I like to talk. Well, good. The most important thing today is to say thank you to Steve Stern and the work. His team here is unbelievably big and bold and friendly. You can always tell the good guys. I'm going to talk about the good guys today. And his thing is called the Election Integrity Project. So everybody, I hope you all go out and donate. Just hit the buzzer. Give $5 or $10 now and keep it going and spread the word. Election integrity. I looked up Grok, right? I trust Grok more than the other guys, but it's not always perfect either. I'll get into that in a minute. But integrity is alignment between what you believe, what you say, and what you actually do, especially when it costs you something. And so when you think of integrity or someone with integrity, it means everything fits together. And that's why I'm proud to be a friend of Steve. I'm proud to be a fan of President Trump. I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud to be a conservative, because what conservatism really is about is conserving integrity, how all these ideas in the American way are built on a foundation that we all believe in. And that's the good news, right? And so if you don't have fair elections, how in the world can your country have integrity when the bulk of the people are getting really cynical right now, right? When you got stuff polling at 80%, the SAVE Act, and the Republicans won't vote on it. I was in Congress. You got 80%. Oh, my collar looks hideous. I better improve it. Steve, you better get on my case there. But back to serious matters. When the people, right? This is a constitutional republic of the people, for the people, by the people. And when the people's wills aren't being put into action in Congress, we got major problems. And boy, do we have major problems. And so that's the work of Steve, and this project is huge. And so it's just an honor for me to be here today. I'm going to ramble on for about 5 minutes. You got a former professor here. So I just want to tell you what's great about America, very briefly. Why is America great? Why are we making America great again? What made America great? Starts in the Hebrew Bible in the first chapter in Genesis 1. God made us, each one of us, male and female. He made them in his image. Everybody in this room, everybody out there, is made in the image of God. That is the spark that's at the root of the Western tradition. That idea that the image of God matters, and the likeness of God, you can think of it. And so think of that, right? And it's kind of ironic. You're called to be in the image of God, and yet most Christians you meet and Jewish friends and et cetera are humble. And so that's an irony, because you're following God. And that seems to be missing these days. But I want to get to why that matters, and I'll try to be to the point for the young people out there so I don't lose you. But this image of God thing, it brought to you by the Hebrew Scriptures in Genesis 1. Go look it up. That led to the Catholics at about 1300, Steve Bannon's clan. He calls me the Puritan Pilgrim on his show all the time, and we have a fun time debating everything. But the Catholics brought us human rights. Human rights are not in the Bible. They evolved over time with the Catholic tradition, 1300 about. Bunch of smart Muslims back then, Averroes, Avicenna. The Jewish tradition had Maimonides. The Catholic tradition had St. Thomas Aquinas. If your kids don't know who these people are, this is how you embed the image of God into the Western tradition. And we're missing this, right? Our kids do not know this stuff anymore. Then what else happens? Well, you get Magna Carta in England at 1215. This is happening only in Christian countries, kind of in Western Europe. Just keep your eye on the ball. Magna Carta is the first crack in the ice of freedom and liberty. If there's one word that describes the American experiment, it's probably that, liberty, right? That's what we're fighting for today. But again, if it's not grounded firmly, you're not going to keep it. Then you go a few more centuries and you get private property rights with John Locke. He called it self-propriety. You own yourself. And then you get the rule of law. The English had the English common law. We got it embedded in our Constitution, written by James Madison, who went to roughly Princeton Seminary, where I went. And so I'm kind of proud of James Madison and the founders. And what did they do? They embedded what I just said, Genesis 1, the image of God, into our Constitution. You're all endowed by your Creator with certain inalienable rights. Guess what the number one book cited by all the founders was that they used for principles in the Constitution and the framing of our great country? Deuteronomy, right? Also in the Torah, the Hebrew scriptures. They use that book more than any other book, more than any of the European Enlightenment folks. And people say we're not a Christian country. It's just a bunch of rubbish. And that's why I want to talk to you today about these basic principles. And today you have, right, you all have rights to life, liberty, and happiness. And the left, in irony of ironies, has kicked the Bible out of our public schools. It's the book that gave you the rights to life, liberty, and happiness, and it gave you the image of God. And the left has convinced the majority to take the book that gave you these rights out of our canon. It's quite amazing. And we just sit there because everyone's nice. Steve's nice. I try to be nice. All these people in this room are real nice people. And we don't fight back. And if you don't fight back forever, you lose, right? And so we've been losing in the public schools and our universities. The CEOs are now predominantly Democrat. And I could just go on and on and on, right? The Magnificent Seven guys are all on the left. We got Elon, thank God. But we're in a fight for the country. And it all comes back to the work Steve's doing here, right? Why are we fighting for election integrity? Because we want the average person in the country who still has that spark inside them and will take action on it. We want them involved in the political process. How many more minutes I got?
About 3 minutes.
3 minutes. All right. Now, I didn't give the grand finale because you all know me from the War Room, I hope, or some of you know me. And I should say something nice about Liberty University also, where we train in champions for Christ and embed these principles into our kids. But when you get everything I just said, when you get private property rights and the rule of law and the Constitution, guess what else you get as a blessing, likely from God through a Presbyterian, quasi-Presbyterian named Adam Smith? You get the free market system and you get wealth that's incredible. All of human history made $1,000 a year for all of human history until 1776. Go look it up. You can look up a thing called gapminder.org. Have your kid click on the button, and you'll see the massive economic growth starts where? Only in Western Europe, largely Christian countries. Why? Because they had private property rights, and they had the rule of law, and they had that spark in them that said, love God and love your neighbor. And that's at the foundation of everything. So Adam Smith was considered crazy back then. What? Run an economy without a totalitarian leader up at the top telling you what to do and what to produce? Yeah, no. He said, no, just use the price system and it'll all work. That's another challenge to our country right now. We're not using the price system or free markets anymore. All of our top firms are monopolies and oligopolies, and they're run by a handful of people. And again, we get back to the fundamental point. Do we want these people running our country? Or do we want Steve Stern and his friends and the election integrity project running our country? We want the average American, the middle-class worker running this country. I trust the first people in the yellow pages way more than I trust any of these elites from Harvard and Yale and whatever who don't believe in human rights or any of this stuff. So, Steve, thanks for having me here today. I'll expand on this a bit and just ad lib more at lunch. I'm giving some lunch talk coming up as well. And so God bless you, Steve, for all you do for this country, great country of ours. And thanks for having me here today.
Thank you very much. How do people reach you to, get information about Liberty? And
Just go to Brat Economics on Getter is good enough. Brat, and I'm at Liberty. Just go Google it. I don't want to give my email out.
Yeah,
I
sure.
get plastered.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah,
We'll
no,
see you
thanks,
around.
Steve.
We'll see you at lunch.
Thank you, brother. Very good.
Thank you, everybody, for listening. Dave is one of the greatest guys. He could talk for about a half an hour, and we will get him to talk for a half an hour a little bit later, so you want to watch him. Our next guest is running for office in Florida. Chris Gleason. He was on last year. He came back this year. We're happy to have him. Give us some great information.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for having me back. Well, we've got some great big things that have been going on since the last time we were here. We have fully mapped and tracked all of the Act Blue smurfing operations that have been going on for quite a while now. Last night, some of the largest campaign finance complaints in United States history got dropped. Some of them against Act Blue, some of them against a couple of sitting U.S. senators, and there's going to be a lot more. We've been doing a lot of hard work. We ended up building some great AI to do it. And so with everything that we've seen, we've been trying to get our elected officials to do stuff. And like the last speaker just mentioned, they're really not, they're not being very helpful. And so I decided that I am sick and tired of being sick and tired of going to my elected officials and demanding that they do something. So I decided to run for the United States Senate here in Florida against Ashley Moody. And so our campaign is a campaign about truth. It is a campaign that is truly conservative. When it comes to integrity, we've done a lot here in Florida and nationwide with trying to hold election officials accountable. We've got lots of lawsuits going on here in Florida, and we expect that there will probably be a lot more too coming very, very shortly. So at the end of the day, we've tracked all the money. We know who is really supporting these candidates. We know everything, right down to the penny, and we even know right when it started. So there's going to be a lot of really interesting stuff coming, and it's very exciting, very exciting, very, very, very exciting. So if you're interested in helping our campaign, you can go to voteforgleason.com. That's voteforgleason.com. And if you're interested in the AI that we've been creating, it's called realtruth.ai, and it's all ours. We built it, and we're doing some really, really amazing stuff with it. It's a non-woke AI, and that's a really, really big deal. So some of the campaign finance complaints that got filed yesterday, specifically, we're targeting Act Blue, the DNC, the DCC, and the DSCC. It was in excess of $5 billion. And one of the stunning things that we discovered was that for this particular election cycle, there were over 500,000 addresses for donors that were going to undeliverable as addressed addresses. And of the 500,000 that were going to undeliverable as addressed addresses, there was about 120,000 of them that were going to addresses where there's no record of that person being there. And this comes right from the USPS database. So it's pretty mind-blowing. These individuals that we have identified share a common thread across 96.1% of the donations across hundreds of Democrat connected PACs, committees, candidates. And we've also found some really disturbing things with regards to Chinese-tied state-owned enterprises injecting money into Florida through local elections and into federal elections nationwide. And that complaint also got filed yesterday. So yesterday we had 4 massive campaign finance complaints that were filed, and you can expect to see a lot more before the end of this cycle because we have to stop the illicit flow of money into our political campaigns.
Well, Act Blue is just incredible. It's across the country where what they would do is they would have small amounts of money donated so they wouldn't be flagged. And again, those are people that don't even exist.
In some cases, yes.
And people that actually did not make multiple donations, because we had someone in Connecticut, Dominic Rapini, who had looked into it. And there were people who had donated like 7,000 times, yet that person never donated and they lived in a mobile home.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, so that's what Act Blue has been doing, all across the country.
Oh, yeah. And they've been doing it for a while. So we tracked it back to its inception at the very beginning in the 2003, 2004 year. And there's going to be quite a bit more that's going to get exposed because Act Blue, now that they're caught, there are other means and methods that they're using to try to hide the money. One of the things that they're doing is they are structuring campaign finance contributions to stay below the $200 threshold. And that has grown to a rate where there isn't enough donors in the United States to facilitate the growth of these unitemized donations.
Yeah, it's incredible. I'm so glad that you've been looking into that as well, and the filings that you've done.
Yeah, we're gonna with the FEC not having quorum right now. It should be very interesting because they're not going to be able to get away with this. They're not, and all of this is coming out now. One of the most important parts about this, though, is that because of the work of my counterpart Peter Bernagher and the exposés that James O'Keefe did, they're all on notice. And so these subsequent filings that we've made create significant liability for the treasurers and all of the people making money off of this. And, the funny thing about this is if a treasurer of a PAC or a committee is notified that they've made or that there's illegal money being injected into their campaigns, they have 10 days to either refund it or segregate it from their operating funds. And I think everybody's going to find out that they haven't done that.
So how can people reach out and help you?
Well, you can go to voteforgleason.com. And if you're in Florida, come out in the primary and vote for me. We need help because there's a lot of illicit money that is being injected into campaigns. So people like me who are doing things legitimately, it becomes a bit more difficult. So
Well, thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do, Steve.
You're quite welcome. And until we get our next guest up here, walking over, I'm just going to talk about our precinct, projectusa.org. One of the most important things we're going to talk about today. Why is that important? We got to get new people involved. We have 400,000 slots, 200,000 people involved. Now, what is this going to create? We had a big meeting on this 2 weeks ago. And what we did was we found different ways to get people involved. So one of the things that came out of the Zoom was that people found each other from all states. They reached out to each other. They went on a site to learn other people. Now, we're going to have round the clock people on this site to answer and tell you how to get involved. We're also going to have one person on from every state in about 2 weeks on a precinct strategy Zoom that's going to include 6 million people. So we're going to have people to try to get involved. Like I said, just join precinctprojectusa.org. It's a new precinct project. There'll be videos on there. There'll be manuals. There'll be everything on there that you never saw before that you can use to get people involved. Our next guest, who was the former vice chair of Michigan for the whole state. I'm honored to have her here. She's now running for Senate, I believe, in Michigan. Bernadette Smith, she flew down from Michigan. She is a great candidate, and I want to tell you that she is going to win in Michigan. She's working around the clock. I believe General Flynn has endorsed her, and I am going to endorse her today. Good luck on your campaign. I don't endorse too many people, but this young woman has worked so hard to do this and to help Michigan, which is one of the worst places to vote in. So much fraud going on in Detroit and many other areas. We hope that this election we can correct it. So Bernadette, come on down.
Thank you so much for having me, Steve. Boy, what a privilege and honor it is to be with you guys today. We're going to talk a little bit about why I'm running. And what Steve said, the election integrity is everything. Without an integrity in our election, we have nothing. Doesn't matter how hard we work, how many people have voted for us. If we do not have integrity in our election, it means nothing. So we must fight and work hard to make sure that our elections are with integrity. So I want to share a little bit about what I'm running on. Faith, family, and freedom is so important, you know. And I also want to talk about the ABCs of government. When I talk about faith, faith is a reason that I'm running. That's why I'm running. It leads me. My faith guides me internally so I can lead externally. With honesty, integrity, and compassion. I don't impose my beliefs on others. I allow my faith to guide my conduct and my commitment to serve, which is so important. Faith gives me the strength to do what is right, even when it's hard. But faith gives me that strength to do what's right. And that's why I'm so excited that I walk by faith. And I pray that everyone else does. I will lead with moral clarity and consistency. I will protect religious freedom while respecting all people. I will serve every community with dignity, compassion, and accountability. Family. Families are the heartbeat of America. I am married to my husband, Pastor Philip Smith. We've been married, it will be 36 years this year. We have 8 beautiful children. They're all grown. One is in heaven, our youngest, who passed away at the age of almost 5 years old. And that's a story within itself. But family is the heartbeat of America. Strong families create strong communities, and strong communities build a strong nation. Parents must have the authority, the transparency, and the support they need to raise and educate their children. So I think it's so important that we get involved with our school boards from the local action, from the local level. It's so important. My husband ran for the school board of our town at Byron Center, Michigan. If we want to heal this nation, we start by strengthening the American family. Parents are decision makers. Decision makers in parental rights, in education. So don't allow the system to tell you that you do not have rights. The parents have the rights regarding their children's education. We're decision makers in school transparency and curriculum accountability. Decision maker in economic condition that supports family stability. We're a decision maker in communities structure that reinforce unity and responsibility. Now let us talk a little bit about freedom. Freedom is our inheritance and our responsibility to protect. We must protect our constitutional freedoms. They must never be compromised, which I'm seeing a lot of that now, but we cannot allow this to be compromised. When government overreaches, the people lose. I will always stand for the rights of individuals and push back against any form of government abuse. Freedom must be protected, or it will be taken from all of us. A government without accountability becomes a government totally out of control. We must have secure and transparent elections. We must protect the Second Amendment. We must protect free speech. We must protect medical freedom. And I'm here to tell you, I have 24 medical doctors that have endorsed my campaign. We must protect privacy rights. We must reduce government overreach and restore civil liberties. I want to talk a little bit about ABCs, because when I was asking, I was praying about what do you want? What's important? And I heard these words, the ABCs. The ABCs. What do I mean by ABCs? A, accountability. Government answers to the people, not the other way around. Accountability is the beginning of what? Restoration. We must have transparency, audits, and election integrity. I cannot talk about that enough. I want to repeat that because it is so important. We must have transparency, audits, and election integrity. Without that, once again, we have nothing. Doesn't matter how hard we work, if we don't get our elections right and transparency and walking in integrity, we all lose, which our whole country, our states and our country lose, which we will not allow on our watch. We must have ethic reform and term limits. We must have consequences for corruption and the abuse of power. Number B, balance. A balanced government protects liberty and prevents tyranny. We must restore the balance between federal, state, and local authority. We must have fiscal discipline and responsibility spending. We must balance policies that respect both rights and also responsibilities. When government is balanced, the people are free, and we must remain a free nation. C, Constitution. Wow. I understand that 24% of our young people, they don't even know the Constitution. You know, we must educate them. We must educate them about our Constitution. The Constitution is our steady guide and the foundation of our freedom. The Constitution protects the rights of the people and keeps government in its proper place. When leaders draft from it, we move away from the very freedom that defines us all. It is vital that we return to the original intent of the founders. It is vital that we protect the Bill of Rights from erosion. So important. It is vital that we support constitutional judges and leaders. The Constitution protects the rights and dignity of all humanity, no matter our background. Faith keeps me grounded. Faith keeps me motivated. Freedom is why I fight, and I will fight for our freedom. With accountability, balance, and the Constitution as our guide, we will restore this nation, one community, one family, and one voter at a time. And I believe that we are not a lost nation. We just must fight to keep it. And I believe that that's one of the reasons why I am running to become Michigan's next United States Senate. It's so important.
So you have a very difficult time in Michigan because you have Jocelyn Benson as the Secretary of State, and she's running for governor. I mean, someone who violated so many election laws. So you've got a great Republican Party out there that's absolutely fighting every single day for the transparency that she refuses to give.
Yes.
Including Michigan is one of the states the Department of Justice has sued because they refuse to turn over the voter rolls themselves. And just so people understand, the Department of Justice, all they're doing is taking a snapshot in time. They're not creating this database.
That's right.
They just want to be able to see if they violated HAVA, which is the Help America Vote Act, or the NVRA, the National Voter Registration Act, which we can tell you, from Fight Voter Fraud.
Yes.
We've done the analysis on a number of states, and absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, it is a mess.
It is.
But we want to make sure that as many people as possible get out and support you. So how can they do that?
Yes, you can go to Bernadette Smith for USSenate.com. Also, I want to talk a little about Sheriff Darleaf. He's a very good friend of mine, and he's such a fighter in Michigan, and he's standing strong for election integrity. But if you go to my website, you'll find a lot about me and what I stand for. Like Steve said earlier, I was the co-chair for the Michigan Republican Party, and I stepped down to run for U.S. Senate. I also was the ethnic vice chair for the party, which I traveled the entire state of Michigan for years, bringing the message of unity, holding rallies up to 1,000 people at each of my rallies, sometimes 500, probably the less was 300. But just standing for what's right. And I want to say this, I'm from Detroit. I was raised in Detroit. My grandfather and my uncle had a church in Detroit. And I was meeting with some people in Detroit the other day, last Monday, actually. And this is what they told me. They said, Bernadette, we are not Republicans. We're not. But we're going to vote for you because we know that you are a person of integrity and you'll do what's right in the Senate. And that's what we want. Is that not right? We're going to fight for what's right. And we're going to fight for election integrity. So I'm so excited.
How do people donate to your campaign if they would like to donate?
Yes, thank you so much. You can go to my website, BernadetteSmith4USSenate.com and .org. And I'm telling you, if just $5, $10 right now, I believe that I have the grassroots support. The grassroots all over the state of Michigan are backing me. And what they're banking on is we have to, in April, middle of April, is when we have to have all of our signatures in, which I'm going to get 30,000, although they're requesting 15,000. But with the corruption that's in our state right now, I'm going to get 30,000. So they will not say that I'm not allowed on the ballot. So my whole goal is to get on the ballot. Once I'm on the ballot, I truly believe that it will be a fight, but I will win this fight because I have what it takes. And not only that, I have the goods behind me, and I also have integrity, and I'll do what's right. Thanks.
So some last minute thoughts. We have about a minute left. Tell us, you are the co-chair, vice chair of Michigan. Tell us what you saw out there with people getting involved. And, I've spoken to a number of people in Michigan. They seem to be getting more involved. Tell me what you found out, because I wasn't up there, but you were right in the fight.
Yes, they begin to get involved because they see the corruption. And, Steve, I want to also say to our party, let's unite, because when we unite as a Republican Party, we're so much stronger to fight the left. But if we continue to have the inward fighting, then we all lose. But the grassroots, they are on fire. They're literally on fire. They're going across our state, our great state of Michigan, bringing this message of also election integrity. It is so important. I don't see how we can not. That should be number one, Steve. For all of Michiganders, and also for every state, is election integrity. And I want to say to Michigan, I know when I was at the state committee a few weeks ago, last month actually, we voted down we voted to have the machines, but the machines we have to look into it because they have not fared well for us in our elections. So I want to speak to that, to Michiganders. We need to move forward. And we need to make sure that we continue to fight for election integrity. Grassroots, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for coming on. Do we have our next guest on the line, guys? No, not on yet? Okay. So can you put up the flag shirt video? Okay, but put up the flag shirt video. To take a couple of minutes before our next guest on. You want to look to the next guest because this could be one of the most important guests that we could have on. We have got a lot of people on today. If you want to email me, sstern1054@gmail.com. Maybe you can hone in on that. Can you hone in on the sstern? I don't know if you can hear us. There you go. Okay. Anybody would like to have speakers? Anybody would like to do our podcast for the next ones coming up on the 18th and 19th? Please email me. I'm going to probably take a half a day off tomorrow because I've been doing this for 6 weeks. It's amazing how the weather out there is fantastic. We have sun out there. The golfers are having a great time. They're going to come in at 12:30. Lunch is going to start at 1. You're going to see a lot of other candidates and stuff on, and then we'll go into our room listening to some main speakers. We're going to be talking about a golfer who got cured from cancer. A lot of information is going to come out today. However, if you have to go, because some of you have been on for 2-3 hours, the copy will be on Stern American Rumble as soon as it's finished. You can send it out to your friends. We had a lot of great speakers. I think we did a terrific job with the speakers. You heard a lot of information. Is our next guest on? Our next guest is coming in from California. I flew out to see him. He is one of the most important people that we're going to hear. Dr. Robert Epstein is a gentleman who I saw and who is doing tremendous work stopping Google from swaying the next election. When I spoke to him before, I could not believe all the information he gave me. He and I were sitting having breakfast. We called up Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon said, I want him on tomorrow. He's been on every show imaginable, and he's got the voice out. However, this show today has more people than probably any show he's been on, so that's terrific. So we're going to bring Dr. Robert Epstein on from California. He couldn't make it out today, so he's doing this out from California in an area that he loves. And I love, too. I go out there a lot. Doctor, come on down.
Hi there, Steve.
Here.
Nice to see you again.
You too. You're on. You're on live right now.
Great. Okay, I'm here.
Okay, let's hear from you. Tell us what you want to say.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Everything is good.
Oh, well, there are things there. All right. So there are things happening right now that the public is unaware of, and these are very large scale manipulations occurring of them. As you know, and some of your audience knows, starting in 2016, we began to build a monitoring system to monitor the content that big tech companies are presenting to voters. And
He's cutting out a little bit.
have testified before Congress twice about this, and in late these are sending leaders of more than 17,000 registered voters in all 50 states. And so we're seeing the real content that they're sending. So forget their PR. We're seeing the real content that they're sending. And not only that, our group of people nationwide, whom we call field agents, these people are politically balanced, so we can see whether they're sending different content to Democrats and to Republicans. Just to give you a very quick example of how we helped to level the playing field in 2024, on October 3rd, before the 2024 presidential election, we found that on Google's homepage, which is seen 500 million times a day in the United States, that Google was sending 50% more go vote reminders to Democrats than to Republicans. Now, I lean, go Google. Thank you, Google. Good job, Google. Except that I was appalled by this, because that means that they're messing with our election. Last 4 days, Google backed off and started sending the same number of go vote reminders to members of both parties. So that's what monitoring does. Monitoring lets us see real content, real manipulations, and off. So guess what has happened now since the 2024 election? Two things.
Your mic isn't there. You know, you don't use this mic. We're gonna get Debbie's first guest tonight. Dr. Epstein's mic.
I'm going to be a guest myself. Like I'm going to chat for a while. I can do that. Okay.
Just gotta say, looks like Dr. Epstein's having some connection issues.
Okay. All right. We'll get started that. Not yet. Not yet.
No, give me 1 second.
Come and say some nice words about me. Come and say some nice words about me, and then I'll take over.
Are you going to go live? We're back here live. We're sorry there was some technical difficulties, so we'll move on with the program. Let's go back and talk about getting people involved in precinctstrategy.org. So it's precinctprojectusa.org. You can sign up, very easy, just go right on there. You got the flag shirt commercial? So we're going to do a little, no? Okay. All right, we're going to move right into our next part of the program. We're going to have my co-host, Debbie Farris, coming on. She's worked very closely with me. She's fantastic. Does a lot of stuff all over the state. Every time I call her, she's in Tallahassee, one of the hardest working people that I know. She's going to talk about who she's working with. She's going to be talking to some of the candidates here that are running in Florida. We have a lot of people in Florida. We probably have 100,000 people here in Florida alone. So they're going to know some of our great candidates. I will be back and forth, but Debbie is going to take it on from here. I've worked 6 weeks on this. Fortunately, everything worked out good except our last person, and we will get him back on our next program and make sure that everybody hears him. So we're running a little bit early now, so we're going to try to get some of our other people, but I'm going to turn this over to Debbie, and she's going to go from here.
All right. Thank you so much, Steve. It is a pleasure to be with you today. Every time I have to commend Steve because he could be out retiring, enjoying his grandkids and golfing, and he is doing the work of all of us. It's an inspiration. At his age, everybody comes to Steve for something. And I told Steve, I will help you after you helped me so much. Am I live? Yes, I am. Okay. All right. So first of all, what I wanted to talk to you about was, again, thanks to Steve and his patronage and his generosity, we were able to train about 75 candidates. I never thought I'd be doing politics, and neither are my other colleagues that we have been doing this type of instruction. And what we do is we bring marketing principles such as focus groups, such as the law of diffusion of innovation, such as targeting, and teach candidates. A lot of candidates, what I've found is that they have backgrounds that their backgrounds, such as, if you're a firefighter, if you're a nurse, you don't have necessarily, you never really had to market yourself. And so these basic marketing principles aren't something that are organic to the candidates. I tell all candidates, you are the law of diffusion of innovation. Oh, I'm a little bit confused. Is it going? Why am I hearing it here? I'm hearing, yes. Yeah, can you please turn it off? Because I'm hearing myself. Okay. Where was I? Law of diffusion of innovation. So there are some very fundamental marketing concepts that candidates, because of their just inherent background, are not familiar with. And so everybody thinks that a political campaign is like like the West Wing, like the movie, like the TV show. And it's not. I tell candidates, you are toothpaste. And as toothpaste, you need the voters or your consumers to understand why you are going to make their breath mintier, their smile whiter, and what you're going to bring to them. And few candidates, for those of us patriots that have run a political campaign, do not understand these fundamental concepts, actually lose or have a very traumatic experience and then never want to do it again. And to me, that is a wasted resource. So that's why I established the America First Electioneering Academy. And thanks to Steve and his generosity and his patronage, we were able to train about 75 people here in Florida. What is our track record? With Salvo, and I'm going to jump into the other platform that I'm working with is Salvo. Salvo is a voter contact platform that we developed for patriots, and it's been done by patriots. The genesis was actually the 2020 election steal, and we wanted to make sure that that wasn't happening in Florida. But we were working with very antiquated tools in terms of voter contact, and that's why Salvo was born. Since then, it has evolved to be, as I mentioned, a voter contact platform where we, when you're targeting voters, you're trying to reach them with the right message, the right voter at the right time. Who is that voter? How are you going to reach them? You reach them via door knocking, via texting, via email, via mailers. And so for me, that was a incredible experience. I, as you can imagine, did not have any experience in political campaigning, and I ran my first campaign 4 counties up north. And this platform, because of its user friendliness, allowed me to run a very productive campaign. What Salvo guarantees is not that you're going to win, but that you're going to be productive. And my numbers showed it. The campaign I managed, we spent $8.75 per vote, and our opponents on the low end spent about $400 per vote. So I'm very proud of that. Are we ready for our next guest or not yet?
Yeah, come on down.
All right.
Introduce her.
So it is my pleasure to introduce our next guest, and her name is Rachel Rodriguez. And Rachel is running for, well, let me just, what we're saying she's going to run for. Rachel, Florida is known for being the freest state of the country. And where Florida goes, so does the nation go. Now, a lot of the freedoms that we are experiencing in Florida are due to this lady's work. And she is the face or the person behind many of those lawsuits that ensured Florida's freedom. And in doing those lawsuits, Rachel learned, as I say, when I ran my political campaign, I learned how the sausage is made. I went into the factory. So did Rachel. And in understanding what is going on from a legal perspective, that opened your eyes to a lot that was going on. And so she felt that legally and in terms of her lawsuits and her lawfare, she was able to take all of this to a certain point. And then now you've decided we need to step this up.
That's absolutely right. And thank you for having me today. A very generous introduction. I think I want to say that there was so many people here in Florida that were fighting this fight. And I'm really thankful also to our administration, to Governor DeSantis for some of the work that was going on early on. As you mentioned, well, maybe the audience doesn't know this.
Yes, let's.
Here in Florida, it is still the case, and it was the case a few years ago, that you could enter a hospital for treatment and never come out, and you would not be allowed to leave against medical advice. This is also the case, and I think this is probably scarier for parents, that if anyone in hospital staff disagrees with your choice of treatment for your child, you're bringing your sick child to the hospital, to a clinic, and you're trying to do the best for your child. But if the staff disagrees with your rights as a parent to direct that,
such as perhaps not consent to a vaccine.
Including that, that's correct. Or if there is medication with a black box warning, which means that it has lethal side effects in some cases, and you simply want a second opinion, your child could be taken from you by the state.
CPS.
Well, DCF here in
DCF.
Florida, but correct, Child Protective Services in many states. This is actually going on around the country. This is a really serious issue, but it's also happening here in the free state of Florida. And this is a really serious issue. And as you pointed out, then you get to the courts, and it could be years fighting for your children. So these are things that really matter, I think, to all Floridians. They really matter to me as a mom of 3. And I realized I've gone as far as I can. So let's go for politics.
And this, I mean, as parents, we're concerned, but this could also have something to do with if you have elderly parents.
That's correct.
It flies all across the spectrum.
That's right.
This is an issue that affects all Floridians, right?
That's absolutely right. And this is a state, it's wonderful because we have so many people here. This is a state where you can raise your children, you can build something for yourself, your businesses, nonprofits, all these things that help the community. But it's also a state where we need to have protections for those who are now retired and they're wanting to leave things to their children, what they've built to their children, and they need to be protected also medically. You're right.
So I'm glad so this is one of the issues that you
That's
feel
right.
you're running on. But tell us more about your run for governor. What does that look like? I believe you're the only Hispanic woman.
I
that is
believe
running?
so. That's correct.
Yes.
So that would be historic in this state, and it would be my honor to serve the people of Florida as the next Florida governor. Where we are, we need your help. We need your support. This is, in fact, a grassroots campaign. I think it's fair to say that I'm not part of the political class yet. And so I would very much like the support of all Floridians. We're going to be working in local communities. I understand that government should only be in leadership by consent of the governed. That's a bedrock foundation of our nation's structure. And so I would love to see people that believe in what I'm offering, the 5 R's as I call them. You can see it on our website, www.rachelforgov.com. And if they believe in what I'm offering is a vision of servant leadership, then let us know, let the campaign know. And then you can organize in your local community, and I would be happy to come out there and work with you side by side on this campaign. There's only a few more months until the primary, so we need all the help that we can get for this campaign.
And Rachel, tell me about the primaries. What do you feel are your greatest obstacles? You are running against Byron Donalds, which is a machine.
That's right.
Yes.
Well, I think that we can have, speaking of machine, I think we can have a machine, but it's of the people, by the people and for the people, if we're going to use that terminology to understand that is who we are as Americans. And here in this state, I don't think that that the size of campaign or the money is what's going to govern. It's going to be what the people want. And so I want to offer something that is unique and of value to all Floridians. And I'm going to make that commitment to serve.
All right. So one of the things that I want to impart upon the audience, because our audience here is not only in Florida, it's all around the country. And so I just want to leave you with the thought that, again, wherever Florida is going is what the country is following. So these topics that you're touching on are very important. And it's so important for us to set that bar, that expectation.
That's right.
And so take heart. We're doing as free as Florida is, there are still issues. And that's why I'm so thankful that you're taking them on. So how can the audience help you, even if you're not in Florida?
Absolutely. All of your support helps. Please get out the word of our campaign. You can share the website. Again, that's www.rachelforgov.com. You can also support the campaign financially. We are going to be grassroots supported. So even $5 today, and it doesn't matter if you're in Florida, you can support the campaign through the website. And also we have Rachel Rodriguez for governor at WinRed.
So again, let me remind everybody, Rachel Rodriguez for governor at WinRed. And you know what? $5, whatever is easy for you. Contribute to this campaign because her message is really important. And the fact that you're running for governor allows you a platform to deliver that message and at least have it enter the conversation.
That's absolutely
and
right.
that's so important. So thank you so much, Rachel.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Okay, guys, we have our next guest, which I'm a little bit confused. Is it in order? Willie? Okay. All right. Yes, come here. Please join. So folks, we have here as our next guest, Willie and I can barely pronounce her last name, but I call him Willie G. And Willie Guardiola is one of our fighters. I locked arms with him during the Vote No on 4 campaign, which was that horrid constitutional amendment that would have enshrined unlimited abortion in Florida, believe it or not. So, Willie, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you so much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. I was just here a couple of weeks ago for President's Day. We had about 150 Patriots here, and it was a wonderful day to celebrate our great President Trump.
Now, Willie, just give us an update as where you are with your advocacy. Can you tell us what the state of Florida is these days?
Well, the biggest thing that has occurred in the past week is that we have a brand new bishop for the Diocese of Palm Beach. It's the first time that we've had a new bishop in 22 and a half years following Bishop Barbarito. So Bishop Manuel Rodriguez, who's coming in from Brooklyn, actually from AOC's district, is our new bishop here. So
this is an upgrade for him.
You could imagine. So I've already met him, and I'm going to be setting up a meeting with him in a couple of weeks. I was there at the installation mass this past just the last Tuesday, and we want to make sure, I want to make sure that we get him on the right track, because the article that the Palm Beach Post did was horrific. It was despicable, and it hijacked everything that was going on. And all of a sudden they crept in with the immigration issue, and they threw President Trump under the bus. So I put a stop to that. I called up the Palm Beach Post. I put out emails that just really blasted everybody. We want to make sure that we start off on the right foot and get our new bishop on track. And he is very pro-life. That I know, and we've already met and spoken about that.
Well, I know that from my experience with the Vote No on 4 campaign, that we really relied on the Catholic Church and those that really care about this issue, because they were really the grassroots that underpinned the movement. Then we were able to get other churches involved, but they were really the bottom level soldiers of this. And had it not been for that, I don't know where that campaign could have.
But let me just throw something in here. It was a 60% vote, and we needed to get 60%. But had it been a 50-50, a 51-49, I guarantee if it would have been 51-49, none of the 7 bishops in the state of Florida would have even addressed the abortion issue in Amendment 4. But since it was 60-40, they had a meeting. They said, hey, guys, I think we could win this. I put their feet under the fire the whole entire time. Since it was 60-40, I said, let's go ahead and do it. Heads or tails. Ended up, it was 57%. But just the sad thing about it is Palm Beach County, 67.5% of our people voted yes on Amendment 4. And 54% of Catholics in Palm Beach County voted yes for abortion on Amendment 4. And that's why the most important thing that I can do is sit here with our new Bishop Rodriguez and say, no, this is not going to happen. And we're going to win the 26 midterms coming up now, because if we don't win the midterms now in 26, we're going to have, it's going to be a disaster. It's going to be a peach across the board. And, to have a president's not going to be handcuffed.
Yes. And I want you to explain to the audience why churches not only must get involved, but can get involved.
It's real simple. If you go over to, say, the seminary in Boynton Beach, you have a formation director, you have a spiritual director. If you teach these seminarians when they're 21, 25, 28 years old, how important it is to preach the gospel and not to be afraid to speak about abortion from the pulpit. And you get that at a young age. Guess what? When you become a priest 11 years later, you're not going to be afraid to go out and speak in front of 800 people of St. Ignatius. But that's got to be planted in them when they're young as seminarians. And that's where they're afraid. Really, 50% of Catholics are Republican, 50% are Democrats. If we talk about abortion, guess what? Half your congregation is going to get up and walk out. That's why we have ushers. We have huge doors. And if you don't want to hear about it, usher their butts out of here. And as simple as that. But we got to win the abortion issue here in the state of Florida. Just on a side note, Palm Beach County is the only county in the whole country that closed 3 Planned Parenthoods in a span of 12 months. 3 Planned Parenthoods in the span of 12 months. That's never been done in this entire country. And as the president of the Palm Beach County Right to Life League, it's all teamwork. And I think that's probably the most important thing that we've done. And this is what caught the attention of our new Bishop Rodriguez, because I spoke about that at the press conference. He said, "Sir, I need to speak to you afterwards." And he's got one of these shirts. He wears a 4XL. A man is 6'6" and he's 300 pounds. So we got him already in line, and it's looking good.
Yeah, and I want to remind you, the audience, that you need to demand, if you're a church going person, if you're a Christian, you need to demand that your priests and pastors talk about political issues, because that is something that a lot of them shy away from, but that is not the case. They cannot be, the law allows a certain percentage of a pastor or a priest's time to talk about matters that are politics. And trust me, with what all the time that they have in terms of parishioners and schools and whatnot, they have more than enough time to do that. And that is constitutionally protected.
Yeah.
So
I'm with you 100%. The other thing is, I hit the bigger churches, Christ Fellowship, and that's a whole different story over there. And meet with them, with all the pastors over there. And I brought them hundreds of the vote no on 4 yard signs. And Pastor Todd says, "Okay, Willie, we'll put those up in October." I went back to see him in October. I paid $962 for 100 signs in the little stands. I gave it to him. A week went by, not a single sign was put up. 2 weeks went by, and I said, "Where are the signs?" They said, "Oh, Pastor Dave put them up." Not to, call out the Christ Fellowship, but when you have the biggest church in the whole, in our diocese area, and they're not putting up the signs,
It's
and they
incredible.
told me that all the signs are up. Not a single sign went up, and they took $962 out of my pocket, Christian on a Mission,
Wow.
and those signs are probably still sitting in Pastor Todd Mullins' office right now.
well, thank you for letting us know, Willie. Thank you very much for coming on. It's a pleasure.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. Just hopefully we'll get everybody fired up here.
Yes, we will.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
for
God
fighting
bless
that
you.
fight.
Go
My
Trump.
pleasure. All right, and folks, now we have my next guest is Michael Carbonara, and Michael's race is incredibly important because Michael is running against Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who used to be, or I think she was, right? She's no longer, but she was the DNC's chair. So Michael, you're running in her district, right?
She's running in my district. That's all I
Oh,
would
she's
say.
running in your. Now tell us why this race, number one, is winnable and why it's so important to you.
Well, this is not only winnable, but we're going to win. Debbie Wasserman Schultz is a career politician. She's been there for over 20 years, and she has constantly voted for things that put us in danger, like the Iran nuclear deal, which, as we know this weekend, we see the result of what's happening
Exactly.
there. She voted to defund DHS, which now puts us at risk following what happened this past weekend. She's consistently voted for increased taxes, bigger government, and less freedom.
Transnational trade agreement as
That's right.
well. Trade agreements that were so not in the interest of this country. as
Everything
well.
she represents is really anti-American, and it's goes against the fundamental values of what America stands for and the values of the people of our district. And I'm running because I want to restore those freedoms that we've been eroding because of the policies that she's been pushing, and not just our freedoms, but economic freedoms, our opportunity, our affordability. I mean, we have one of the biggest crises that really is not being talked about, but the millennials and the Gen Z generation, they're in so much debt. Their student loans, and they have degrees now that they're competing with H-1Bs and competing with AI, and they're left with these unaffordable student loans that they may never be able to pay back. So now they can't buy a home. They can't start a family. They can't start life. The idea of American dream has been slipping away. And we have a whole generation where there's no more middle class available until we restore that American dream possibility.
Mhm. Now, you yourself look like you could be a millennial. Tell me why, from a personal perspective, why you decided. I mean, you could be doing many other things. Why did you decide to run?
Well, I felt like it's something I was compelled to do because I saw where our country was going. And while there's a lot of great stuff happening and there's a lot of hope here, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done because it's not a one-man show. It takes so many people. I mean, there's 435 members of Congress. We need everybody who loves America, who believes in America, to stand up and do something about it. And I felt like I was at a point in my life. I've built successful businesses. I've built businesses in banking, in fintech, in fertility care. And now I have 2 daughters of my own, and I think about, what their
What the
future's going to
future.
look like.
What does their
And-
future look like?
And I'm sure that's what most people that have kids start thinking about those things.
Of course.
But it's just not my kids. It's all Americans. I mean, if
Mhm.
we all don't have a middle class, if we all don't have freedom, then none of us have freedom, and we need to fight for that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's why we folks, we need to support candidates that honestly could be doing other things with their life, but have felt this call, this very important call to come and serve, not for your certainly enrichment, as many in the Congress exist
Yeah.
today, but because you're a very successful, Michael is extremely successful businessman, but because you see what is there for the future of your children and for the rest of us.
I do.
So my
Yeah.
children as well.
Being in the businesses I'm in, I've been fortunate. I've traveled around the world. I've spent years in Europe, Asia, the Middle East, Africa, South America. There's no other place in the world like America. It
There
doesn't
isn't.
exist.
There isn't.
And a few weeks back, I had interviewed a woman in Venezuela, and I wanted to talk to her and say, right after Maduro was captured, and I wanted to find out what the Venezuelans were thinking or what was happening in their country. And when I said, let's do an interview, and she's like, oh, no, I can't do that. They'll take my family away. They'll take me away. She was so scared because they don't have freedom of speech in Venezuela.
I know. I am still a Venezuelan citizen. I know what that is like. I don't have any family left in Venezuela, but I know that if you got onto the wrong chat, a dissident chat, even if you weren't the person that put your name in there, but someone
Yeah.
included you, you would disappear. People have disappeared for over a year
Yeah.
in Venezuela.
And it's not just
It's
Venezuela.
very real.
It's around the world.
Yes.
that you have situations like that. And even in England, who, our freedom is based on their common law.
Yes.
And they have more people locked up because of their thoughts, their social media posts than any country in the world.
Yes.
So the idea that
That could happen
freedom
here.
of speech, that's not happening here, is very real. And it doesn't just happen. It creeps up with this regulation or this regulation, and you wake up and your freedom's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to have vigilance. You need to fight for it every day.
And I really commend you because my generation in Venezuela, and we left when I was in my early 20s, but the generation that I went to high school with, that grew up there, and which I would have been part of had I remained in Venezuela, by the time we realized that we needed to get involved, it was too late.
Yeah.
So I really commend the fact that you're doing this now. And how can the audience, this is a multi-country audience that's listening,
Okay.
but how can they help you?
Well, support the campaign. I mean, get the word out. Anything to do to get the word out to support the campaign. You can go to our website, michaelcarbonara.com, and support any of our social media. It all can be found at the website. Really, we want people to help volunteer. We need people to get the word out, donate to the campaign. We are really making a difference. And, our message resonates with the people of Florida, especially our district. And we've gotten so much attention that Debbie Wasserman Schultz actually blocked us on all of our social media. And I think this is the first time she's ever actually acknowledged an opponent. So, she's shown that she's scared. She's shown that, we are winning, and we have to keep it up, and we will win in November.
And so what do you think is important? Do you, as you're running now, because are you facing any any challenges in the primary?
There's one person in the primary right now. I'm not really
You're not.
focused on that. I'm focused on Debbie.
So if you're a Broward
A different
voter,
Debbie.
not this Debbie, if you are a Broward County voter and you're in Michael's district, what district is it? Can you repeat
It's
it?
Florida's District 25.
Florida District 25. If you're living in Broward County, name a few of the cities in the area
Sure.
so that
Weston, Southwest Ranches, Pembroke Pines, Miramar,
City?
Cooper City,
Plantation,
parts of Plantation.
parts of Plantation, you're
Davie.
there. Make sure you mark it on your calendars. Make a plan to vote. I would encourage you to renew your vote by mail ballots because those were reset in December. So renew your vote by mail ballots so that you get the notifications. Even if you don't plan to vote by mail, at least you'll get the notifications. And also, if you have a neighbor, someone in your household who is an independent but leans Republican, aspires for the same things that Michael is aspiring for, have them change the party. That way they
Yeah.
can vote in the primary and elect not only the next congressman, but also the governor of Florida, because it's going to be a Republican governor. So those
That's right.
are things that can be done right now. If you are in the audience, these are things that, in addition to supporting Michael's campaign, you can be doing.
Oh,
And
yeah,
it helps
you're right.
all Republicans.
And the issues we're running on are common sense issues. And they're issues that I believe that people of the traditional Democratic Party actually agree with. I mean, everybody wants freedom. They want opportunity. They want affordability. They want to be able to take care of their family, be able to have a job, and just have a good quality of life.
A good
I
quality
mean, that's
of
what
life.
all Americans want to have.
Well, thank you so much for what you're doing, Michael.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure. And I'll see you around.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. So, folks, we have our next guest here, and it is Jane Zirkle. All right.
Hello, how are
Hi.
you?
Hi. So, Jane, tell us a little bit. You have a storied resume. You are so young, and yet I saw that you were with Steve Bannon, and you've been with Turning Point. Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Sure thing. So I know we're going to talk a lot about Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk today. So I'll say I went to the first ever high school leadership summit with Turning Point USA when I was 15 years old. And at the time, if you can believe it, there were only about, I'd say 100 students.
You still look like you're 15.
I'm 24 now, but thank you. Never a bad thing to hear. But yeah, so I met Charlie then, and just see how the organization, grew throughout the years was simply amazing. But I stayed sort of politically involved as a young child. I happened to meet Rudy Giuliani. I had the opportunity of a lifetime to work for him then, and then during the 2020 campaign and everything like that. And eventually moved on to work for Steve Bannon's War Room, which many of you in the audience, I'm sure, are War Room fans. You may have seen me on the show before. And I spent about 3 years with Steve Bannon, and now I serve as communications director over at the Lawfare Project, where we are defending Western civilization and going after the Muslim Brotherhood and CARE and all the things that we need to go after to preserve our way of life and to protect the United States of America.
Jane, you give me so much hope, because as I've traveled around Florida, sometimes I wonder, where are the young people? And we need your age. Your age is what's going to save this country, truly, and the values that you're espousing. So thank you for what you're doing. I hope that we're seeing more Janes in the future, but one Jane is great. So tell me, one of the things that I observe right now is that the same coalition, President Trump was able to pull together a historic victory because of the coalition that he formed. You had the Maha people, you had the youth, you had the young men, the Hispanics. But in the midterms, typically we see the interest wane. And from your perspective, what can be done to maintain that momentum and make sure that those young voters that perhaps were, fired up to vote for Trump remain fired up to come and vote in the midterms?
Well, that's a really important point across the board, because, you typically have seen the pattern of we have this big blowout victory for President Trump, like we did in 2020, because we know what happened in 2020.
We know what happened.
But then during the midterms, it typically falls off. And I think it's because, President Trump is this amazing populist candidate who brought in so many new voters to the Republican Party. And a lot of the times these voters are people who maybe never voted Republican in their life, or maybe, never even voted in their life, but they were so inspired by President Trump and his message that he brought them out. And so I think the GOP has really had to play catch up in sort of getting on this populist MAGA movement. And we're doing better. I think we're definitely, rooting out the rhinos. You've seen President Trump take down so many political dynasties, including the Cheneys. So, no more Liz Cheney, which is a great move in the right direction for the Republican Party. But, when it comes to midterms, I think what the MAGA base really needs to understand is we need to fortify President Trump. We cannot have the MAGA agenda without his supporters in the Senate, without Congress. And really what we're at risk of in 2026 is potentially losing that and potentially returning to an era of sham impeachments and lawfare. And so I really urge everyone at home to get out and vote. You may think, oh, just one vote won't matter. But as you see in many of these counties and many of these states, these elections were decided by just a couple thousand votes, and that's a big deal. And so we have a lot at stake coming up in these midterms, so it's very critical that everybody gets out and votes, especially young people. They said it couldn't be done. President Trump won with young men. Yes. And, they always said Democrats, they have the youth vote, but we see that's not the case. And so we are completely changing the narrative of what a Republican voter is supposed to look like.
And Jane, how would you, the young men have gravitated to President Trump's message, but throughout the entire, what happened in Minnesota and many other locations where we see protests, we see it's the young women that are not coalescing with that message. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's unfortunate the amount of indoctrination that young people are facing these days. And I don't really think it's as simple as people subscribing to this ideology. I think there's a lot more to it. I think it's involved with, foreign funding of universities, DEI offices, things of that nature. When you sort of look into it and unravel situations, you see that there's more than meets the eye. But I would also say that when it comes to young women, it's just very important that, anybody get an education and get to the source of the information. Think for yourself, ignore all the noise, and, just have your own opinions and don't worry about what your peers or society may be pushing you towards.
So what would your recommendation be for an audience that's listening to this, that knows a young woman in their life, that sees that she's veered off into progressive territory and blue hair, land? What would your words of wisdom be?
Don't go to college. If you're a parent who's concerned about your child being indoctrinated, do not pay for college. As Charlie Kirk, he said, college is a scam. It's 100% a scam. But it's unfortunate because we have seen, as young as elementary school, kids are facing this indoctrination.
Yes.
So I'm a big, supporter of homeschooling, private education, things of that nature. I mean, right now, Charlie Kirk is actually on a banner on the Department of Education, which is making people's heads explode all across the internet. But, we have to take back our education system. We have to take back our schools. And I know Florida parents have done an excellent job of that. It's sort of the hub of the Moms for Liberty parental rights movement. And so it's really great to see, but I think we need to take that Florida model national.
All right. Well, where can our audience follow you, listen to you? Do you write? Do you have a podcast?
Sure. You can follow me at Jane Zirkle on X, on Facebook, and on Instagram.
And that is Zirkle with a Z, Zirkle.
Yes.
Well, it has been an absolute pleasure, and I look forward to another conversation.
Thank you so much. You too.
All right. So, folks, as you can see, this is a very varied podcast. We have so many different topics. And one of the things that I feel is so important as we prepare for the midterms is that, fifth generation warfare is being foisted upon us, and that is an information warfare. So it is so important that we get several perspectives before we would make up our mind. One of those perspectives that I would love to bring here on the program is Dr. Lynn Lafferty. She is a personal friend, and she's, I would say, an eminence when it comes to our health. So Dr. Lynn is a professor at the Nova University. She teaches medical students about, you can tell them exactly, but I have leaned on Dr. Lynn for personal matters and for political matters and health opinions. So Dr. Lynn, welcome to Steve Stern, Stern American.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. I don't see myself, but
well,
anyway.
Oh, there you are.
Oh,
I think
okay.
you're coming. Okay, you'll be there. You'll be there.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
So, tell us a little bit about yourself. I know you're a professor. Your background is pharmacy. You're a PhD in pharmacy. But how did you end up at the medical school?
Well, I also am a naturopathic doctor, and I have a diplomate in clinical nutrition. And also, I'm probably the biggest thing is I'm older. I'm well over 65. And so the chancellor at the medical school really wanted me to teach the older things that we used to do in medicine, because I have what they call a PDR, a physician desk reference. My students today don't even know what that is. And it used to be required that you had that in your pharmacy or in your office. And half of the things were natural back then. A matter of fact, there were 12 pharmaceutical companies that made digestive enzymes. We didn't have proton pump inhibitors or anything, because most people, as they age, they lose their digestive enzymes. So we replaced those.
So now you're teaching in the medical school at Nova University, and I believe you have medical students and doctors that come to your courses as well.
Right. I have courses online, and then I teach the medical residents mostly that are in the hospital, and also the ones that are osteopathic doctors that are doing regenerative medicine. And I teach the medical students. Some of them rotate through my clinic. We have a practice of deprescribing medication, which is actually in the medical literature now. I think, unfortunately, physicians used to have a year of pharmacology, and it's been taken down to 6 weeks. So they know little, not only do they know little about medication, but they certainly are not taught how to get off from medication.
So tell me what, when you have medical practitioners coming to you, what is their biggest complaint?
Well,
or why are they taking your course?
Oh, okay. Well, they're trying to learn how to do things a different way because, for instance, maybe they see a lot of children when they get vaccinated get hurt and wanting to find, is there a different way? Or even better yet, I have a lot of pediatricians that came to me at the university and said, look, I know I'm not supposed to give an antibiotic to a virus, and yet the parents put a lot of pressure on me to do so. Do you have anything else? And we have a lot of things for children that are antiviral, things like olive leaf extract, elderberry, and then we have things that are immune builders. These things help your immune system potentiate itself so you have more, say, macrophages or T killer cells, and those things are like thymus tissue or spleen tissue, but mushrooms do different things to do that, echinacea, all sorts of natural things that will build up the immune system. And you put those two things together, most of my patients, I didn't have anybody with COVID have it last more than 3 days, and they certainly didn't go into the hospital. So
I can attest to that. I just got over, I was very, very exposed to influenza B because I was taking care of my son. So I knew it was 3 days of incubation. I was going to have that. And I took your Congaplex from Standard Process and the elderberry tincture that you taught me how to make. And look, I'm here, folks. I'm
yeah, you look
healthy
great.
and
That's
I'm
fantastic.
and I'm good. So yeah, all of these. This is ancestral wisdom, as you say, you're older, ancestral wisdom that our ancestors have handed down to us, and we have simply, I guess, forgotten, but it's there.
You know, it's, if you're in politics or medicine or whatever, the big thing is to scare you, and as a naturopath, a real naturopath, there are these naturopaths that prescribe drugs, I think sponsored by the pharmaceutical company. But we believe that God left the medicine and way to heal yourself. And I don't throw drugs out with the bathwater, because in an emergency situation, I send patients to doctors. If they have 220 over 110 blood pressure, I'm not going to find out, well, are you magnesium deficient or whatever? I'm going to call the ambulance or send them next door to the medical clinic. But doctors also send me, and I get a lot of people that went to Harvard and other places, and they say, oh, we don't know what's going on with you. We can't help you, which is very fascinating. And a lot of it's in my old pharmacology book from 1976. So.
Weren't you explaining to me that Grey's Anatomy was about this size?
Yes, 1,600 pages.
Yes, and how much anatomy does a medical doctor receive these days?
A lot of medical schools have removed anatomy. Like, why would a doctor need to know the difference between a nerve and your muscle tissue?
Or a ligament, and a tendon.
Why would they need to know that? A matter of fact, I invited Dr. Latipo, our famous Surgeon General, to our university, and I went to a foot surgeon. He's very famous. He does all the football teams and basketball, the pro athletes. And he said, why would you want me to come? He teaches at another university in Miami. He said, what would you want me to talk to him about? How the medical students don't know anything. And he goes, oh my God, they don't know anything when they get here with me. It's crazy. I mean, so the doctors that are older, we all recognize that, and the pharmacy students too, they're just not getting the scientific information. They're getting evidence-based information. And we saw the worst thing in history, the biggest crime, when one of the 3 top journals during COVID said if you took hydroxychloroquine, you die from a heart attack. That drug has been given out for 50 years, and I never see one side effect from it. And then they ended up, it was a science fiction writer who wrote that information up, and they retracted it. But that went out into the consciousness, and our pharmacy was selling hydroxychloroquine for 28 cents a tablet, and the things they wanted you to take were $1,000 a dose. So, but I had something to
didn't we
do.
see the same thing with the malaria pill that was
Yeah.
at the beginning used?
That's
And then-
hydroxychloroquine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Yes, and,
Yeah.
and it's been used in Africa.
And ivermectin too is also can be used for malaria, which was a wonder drug because it really changed these parasites that cause elephantitis and river blindness.
Yeah, if I'm
in
not
Africa.
mistaken, the ivermectin won the Nobel Prize for
Yeah,
medicine, right?
yeah.
Or the developers.
And now, I just wrote for All Family Pharmacy an evidence-based piece on that. And we're finding, they haven't tested it with cancer by itself, but when it's given with cancer therapeutics, it's much better, scientifically better outcomes. And so is mebendazole, which is an old drug that parents used to give 50 years ago for pinworms. The same thing, it starves the cancer.
Yes, and I suspect that the reason why these older drugs are off the market is because their patent expired and there's no more profits to be made from them.
Right. What they did was they bought up the old companies and then they took them offline. We used, and I still do with my patients, if your cholesterol is too high, we use bile salts, and it's amazing how it lowers cholesterol and LDL cholesterol. Now they have a new drug. It's an injection. I think it costs $500 for your LDL cholesterol because the statins don't handle that. So, and we sell, I think, 90 at the pharmacy of the bile salts for $15. So,
Well, as you can tell, folks, I love this lady. I love the information and the knowledge that she imparts. I know that a lot of you want to learn more about this. Maybe you're a mom that wants to expand your knowledge on these topics. Do you have a course or something, Dr.
yeah,
Lynn?
when I saw how many things cured COVID in the kitchen, I got upset and I started drlynnlafferty.com, drlynnlafferty.com. And there's free pieces on there. And also on my YouTube, you'll see me making like mustard plasters, all the things my grandmother lived to 94, had a 150-acre farm, never took a drug in her life. And, all the things she used to do to heal people. And also I have a course. It's 20 hours, and I swear the women, well, there's men that take it too, but the people that take the course at the end of it, they know more than the medical students do about healing the body. And the medical students take it. And I have doctors that take that course. And I have another website to teach physicians and pharmacists where they get CE. But I have a lot of doctors that take that. And then they'll ask me questions, or pediatrician, well, what can I do for this case? So also, we answer questions about your own health, and I have a practice at the university.
All right, so folks, it's drlynnlafferty.com.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Come
Dr.
join
Lynn.
the movement. Take care of yourself. That way, Big Pharma doesn't take your money away from you, and you're healing you and your family's body better. Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure.
I love you. Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so as you see, we cover a variety of topics. And if you want to, I'm going to plug myself. If you want to follow me when I cover, again, a variety of topics that have to do with our freedoms, you can find me on prayingmantis.substack.com. I am a Substack author, and you can find me under Praying Mantis. Folks, next up, we have my friend, Scott Singer, and also my mayor. Scott, welcome.
Thank you,
What a
Debbie. Great
pleasure
to see
find
you. Yes.
here.
one of my 100,000 bosses, as you're my constituent in Boca Raton and have been for 8 years since I've been mayor.
It is so important, folks. I know that we always go by it for the, the senators, and we know who our senators are and who our Congress people are, but it is so important to know who your mayors are, your city commissioners, and your county commissioners. So Scott, tell me a little bit about your 8 years. No, it's been longer as my mayor, right?
8 years as mayor, 4 years as a city councilman before that. And now I'm running for U.S. Congress to serve you in Congress and 800,000 people in the District Florida 23 that runs from Boca Raton to Fort Lauderdale, where I grew up and where I've been serving.
All right. So tell us who would be your major opponent on the D side?
Right. The seat's currently held by Jared Moskowitz, a second-term Democrat. But this will be the first time he's had a really credible challenger on the Republican side. And looking forward to flipping this district. It's the most winnable seat in Florida for a Republican pickup. I got in the race in January, filed a week after Politico called this the most competitive race in all of Florida.
Really?
And it's the only one that's on both the speakers and the whips joint fundraising efforts right now as a pickup opportunity. Plus, with anticipated redistricting in April, it's anticipated to become even more winnable for a Republican, which is gratifying to me. I grew up in the district. I grew up in Lauderdale by the Sea. And remember Representative Clay Shaw, who served the district for 22 years when it was a Republican seat. With the influx of people coming to South Florida, we've seen a tremendous growth in Republican voters. We've been seeing this in Boca Raton as well, as our low tax, low crime, high quality life has attracted investment across America. So you asked what's been happening in the last 8 years. We've had tremendous gains in Boca Raton, and looking forward to advancing that message of public safety, strong fiscal sanity, and fighting back on far left ideas in Congress.
Well, Boca is a beautiful city to live in. I feel privileged to live there, and you have been steward of that tradition. So thank you so much for what you've done for Boca. And how would you take the lessons that you've learned on city council up, because federal government is a completely different situation, right?
Well, it is a completely different situation. But to go back, you said it's important to know your mayor. I think a lot of people know their mayors better than they know their congressman, because mayors are closest to the people. We're at the level of government that serves people well. In Boca Raton, we've seen tremendous gains because we focused on the basics in our city. We've invested in public safety. We've got the finest first responders. Our police department and fire rescue department continue to win national awards. We have the lowest property tax rate of any full-service city in Florida. The lowest tax rate. We've lowered taxes 7 straight times, and we have a strong business climate, and those go hand in hand. While mayors like Mamdani or mayors like Jacob Fry or in Seattle are scaring away businesses, scaring away residents, we're attracting investment because we focus on the basics. We don't have DEI, ESG. We don't have fluff in our budget. And by providing these basic services efficiently, effectively, we're attracting investment, attracting younger people here, and balancing the character of our city. We need that in Congress. I'm so proud of what has been accomplished under the first year of the Trump administration. President Trump opened up many people's eyes to the incredible waste and fraud we had. Did we have any idea before these DOGE efforts that billions of dollars are being sent overseas every year on ridiculous proposals that do not advance America's interests? And that's why I've been proud even before this year. 2 years ago, I started working with the America First Policy Institute, which is, a lot of people know AFPI, the think tank that sent 90 plus officials to the Trump administration, 8 cabinet officers and counting. I started working with them on education policy, on opportunity zones policy, and now I'm chair of their AFPI Mayors Council. We have now a group of 50 mayors from
I wasn't aware of that.
50 mayors across the nation and
Awesome.
counting who are advancing this America First agenda. So getting back to your question, and thanks for the extra time here, it's those common sense proposals that have made our city effective that we need in Washington. Secure the border, invest in national defense, cut taxes, and the term tax cuts are the biggest tax cut in history. Cut out waste and focus on restoring governance to the people at the lowest level. I'm excited about what's going to happen, but we need warriors in Congress who are going to continue to advance this agenda, the America First agenda.
And folks, even if you're not in Florida, because this podcast goes all over the country, I want to encourage you, please support these efforts, because although he will be my congressman, his vote will affect all the policies that impact you in California, in Dakota, in Michigan. So it's important that we retain the majority in Congress, And this would be not a retained, this would be an added, right?
This is
if you can upseat Jared Moskowitz,
Yeah,
right?
this is the best pickup opportunity we have in Florida, and that's so important. I, was encouraged by a lot of people to get into this race because they saw me as an opportunity to pick up this seat, and that's humbling. But it's also a great responsibility. That's why I've been working incredibly hard. And yes, I'm delighted that not only am I sitting down with a renowned podcaster, I'm sitting down with one, an author. I'm sitting with one of my constituents here. But this is not just a local race. This is a national race. We've gotten a lot of support from people across the country because they understand that every seat is critical. And I welcome your support at ScottSingerUSA.com. Social media is Scott Singer USA as well, at America First Message. But beyond that, it's important that we get everyone out. You were talking earlier about how important it is that voters get out. We need to engage everyone. We need every single responsible voter to come on out because we understand what's up against us. This is the fate of the country. Are we going to lose 2 more years of the Trump administration and be mired in impeachment and nonsense? Are we going to backslide to what we had under Joe Biden for 4 years with rapid inflation? Millions of people streaming across our border without proper vetting. We can't afford to go back. And what we've accomplished over the last 15 months together is what we need to propel going forward.
Yes, we were really facing an emergency, a crisis in this country until this administration came in. So we need to further those policies and ironclad this country.
Absolutely. We need to ensure the success of America for today and generations to come. Our national institutions are at risk. And even, basic ideas, I remind people all the time, this is not our parents' Democratic Party anymore. Yes. Yes, thank you. We're getting cheers from the audience here. Thank you. There, 20 years ago, even the Democrats were not pushing insecure borders. Democrats were saying voter ID is a common thing. And this is how far left the Democratic Party has been beholden to the far left on proposals that 80% of Americans support.
Absolute no sense.
No sense. I needed photo ID to even park my car today, and yet, the Democrat.
We can vote. You can vote with a credit card.
Right. Democrats are saying that that's not necessary for a basic secure vote. Other nations, they'll ink your finger with
exactly.
With paint, and we can't show photo ID. Luckily, in Florida, we've got greater protections. That's why people continue to invest here. We've gotten more Republican because people are fleeing these high tax, high crime, nonsense jurisdictions. But we can't flee as a country. And that's why we need so many people coming out in this November election.
There is nowhere else to go. So you got to invest in this country. All right.
Thank
Scott,
you.
my pleasure.
Debbie,
Good to
thank you
see
so much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, folks. Okay, so we're live podcast here, and there's a lot of excitement in the room. My next guest is Adam Cervera. Adam, will you come up? When I talk about getting involved, and for us to what I saw in Venezuela, which was when we decided to get involved, it was too late. These are the things that give me encouragement. So, Adam, I know you from stepping up to become our Broward School Board. I want you to talk to us about how that is, because I suspect that you're a minority on that board. So you can tell us a little bit about that, and then I'll ask you some more questions.
Thank you, Debbie. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me on the show. Much appreciated. Love the setup, by the way. Very impressive. So my name is Adam Cervera, and I am the lone conservative on the Broward County School Board.
He's very lonely.
I'm very lonely. It's 8 Democrats and myself. So as you can imagine, it makes for some very interesting meetings and workshops and things of that nature that we have. But I'm proud to represent my constituents in District 6 in Broward County, which is Davie, Cooper City, Weston, Plantation, and Sunrise.
Okay.
So all of those folks are within District 6. Those are my constituents. Obviously, my job is to make sure that the parents and the students and the taxpayers in the entire county are properly taken care of. But we do have district breakdowns for our school board members, and I'm very honored and privileged to be serving on District 6. I was put there in May of last year by Governor DeSantis. Very, very proud of that appointment, and very fortunate to be able to step into that seat and take over for my predecessor and try to do right by all these kids and their parents, for sure.
And you're a recent dad. I know you had a recent baby, right?
We have a recent addition. I am blessed to be the father of 3.
Okay.
10, 8, and my youngest just turned 1.
A baby.
So we've got a very, very packed house. with kids running around and doing their thing.
Well,
But
that gives you a perspective of the different ages. And different
absolutely,
needs. Yes.
absolutely, and there is no greater privilege in life than being a father and a husband, for that matter. So I'm very fortunate and very blessed to be able to check both those boxes.
So tell us, you're running now. It is a nonpartisan race, but you are the lone conservative in the district.
Correct. I have 3 opponents right now.
Mhm.
All of them are Democrats, and I am the sole Republican. Obviously, it's a nonpartisan race, but people know whose political affiliations are what. And for me, putting aside the partnerships and the R's and the D's, for me, what really makes sense from a school board perspective
Mhm.
is a couple things. Number one, we have to remember who we serve, right? Our job is to give our kids the best possible education they can. And whatever form that takes, whether it's in a traditional public school, or whether it's a charter school, or whether under some of the governor's great programs in
Mhm.
private and religious schools, whatever your preference as a parent,
Mhm.
that's your right to send your kid to that school.
Mhm.
I will support you. Should we be fortunate enough to have one of your children attend one of our Broward County traditional public schools,
Mhm.
I want to make sure that they're getting a quality education. I want to make sure when you send those kids to school, they're learning about what they need to learn about in life to excel and be productive members of society. If they want to learn a trade, fantastic. If they want to go to college, fantastic. If they want to go to grade school, whatever that child and their family wants to do, I want to give them the best opportunities to do so. And when they go to school, I want to make sure that they're getting an education, not an indoctrination.
Very well said. How do you feel now that the Department of Education on a federal level it seems that the idea is to dismantle, which means that all of those funds are going to be coming back to the state? How would the school boards be tied into that redistributing of the funding, right?
So remember, we essentially have 2 departments of education, right? We have the Florida Department of Education, which is represented by Commissioner Kamoutsas, who's been doing a great job as our commissioner in Florida. So they obviously handle this from a state level.
Okay.
And we get funding through our legislators, whether it's budgets, FTE money. There's a substantial amount of funds that come in through the state level, as well as obviously our property taxes and things like that. On the federal level, it's my understanding that the Trump administration is looking to, with Linda McMahon, of course, close up the Department of Education from the federal level and return all of those powers, if you will, to the state.
States.
Which, if that is done, whether it's this year or next year, whenever it is done, obviously we welcome the ability to get more funding.
Of course.
Right, especially in Broward County, where unfortunately our district does not do a good job of balancing budgets. We're in $100 million deficit right now. Our budget, believe it or not, is $5.4 billion.
What?
With a B, a budget that I proudly voted against because there was too much pork, too much bloat, and not enough money for our teachers, incidentally. But despite that huge budget that we have, we are still operating at a $100 million deficit. So one of my major platforms is transparency and fiscal conservatism on the board. So whenever I see deals, whenever I see contracts, whenever I see any inner workings that we have that involve any kind of money, I'm always the most vocal person to make sure that we are spending our tax dollars responsibly.
You know, folks, as I've said, as I've preached so much before, it's incumbent upon us to monitor and to elect and then to be involved in our local races, because these are the ones that really affect us. You know, a city commissioner or a county commissioner can close down the county. School boards vote on the education, the material, the funding that our kids are receiving. So this is incredibly important. Adam, thank you so much for what you're doing.
Thank you for
How
having
can
me.
people support your campaign, get involved?
Absolutely. Thank you for that. So my website, adamcervera.com. I'm on all major social media platforms at Adam Cervera, with the exception of Instagram. On Instagram, we are School Board Cervera. So please reach out to me on social media. Please visit my website, adamcervera.com. You can reach out to me. You can contact me. You can volunteer. Of course, if you could donate, that's always appreciated as well.
Cervera, and Cervera is spelled C-E-R-V-E-R-A. Adam Cervera.
Exactly.
So, folks, you know, again, thank you for what you're doing. I know it's not easy to get involved in politics, but you are certainly, you know, pushing forward the things that we conservatives value. And I wish you all the best. If there's anything I can do to help you, let
Thank you,
me
Debbie.
know.
Much appreciated.
All
Thank
right.
you for having me. It's great to see
My
you. Take
pleasure.
care.
My
Enjoy your day.
pleasure. Again, Adam Cervera, please support him. All right. So we are moving on our interview list here. And I do believe, do I have Charles Watley? Yeah. No, Charles Watley? No? No? Okay. Okay. So Sandra, come on. Thank you so much.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
Good to see
Good
you.
to see you. Likewise. Yes, good to see you. So, folks, this is Sandra Dorsey. She is running for Congress, I believe.
Yes, I am.
Yes. So, tell us a little bit about your district. What made you decide to run for this position?
Well, thank you so much for having me. This is a great opportunity for me to connect with the audience, connect with you, the Republican Party. I am a proud, honored candidate to represent the Republican Party and District 20. So,
And District 20, can you tell us a few landmarks in that district so people
yes, absolutely. So,
can
District 20 encompasses the agricultural, the farmland area, which is Belglade.
Okay.
And it reaches all the way down to Broward County, which
Okay.
is Plantation, Lauderhill, Margate, and Oakland Park. But also within Palm Beach, we have parts of West Palm Beach, and we also have parts of Wellington and Royal Palm.
Okay.
And of course, you have to be very careful when you check to see where you are, who your representative is, because that district is very,
It's very amorphous, right?
Yeah, I call it the octopus because it looks like it has arms reaching over over cities.
Yes.
But what it is it's a district in need. It needs strong leadership. It needs people who can articulate the needs of the people, the constituency. You know, articulation is interesting because you can hear something yet not be able to translate it. I'm someone who has built my career on listening as a media. I'm a Florida Supreme Court certified mediator. I've built my career as a listener of people's needs to make sure that those needs are met. I am not just someone who's, first of all, I'm an outsider. I've never run for office before. I think that, you know, how can I say, it says something about someone who keeps running as a career, you know, candidate. But I'm the first time candidate who actually saw a void of leadership in that district. And I believe the Republican Party has finally found someone who can represent them well in that area, which is farmland. So we have multi-billion-dollar industries operating. We have tourism, we have, you know, landscaping businesses, you know, so let's, you know, just small business in general. But the farming industry is just phenomenal. We are feeding the nation. And so the people who work in that industry, it's important that these people have a voice that can articulate well in Congress on their behalf. So I think I'm pretty good at, I'm pretty eloquent, and that's what I've been told that I inherited. And so I want to put those articulation skills and eloquent skills to good use in Congress for the American people.
Well, you know, folks, I know it's really hard to run a political campaign. Tell me, what are the hardest parts of this experience that you've had?
Well, being an outsider. I mean, what did we say in the Republican Party when we elected Donald Trump? We said we want to disrupt the system. We want no more business as usual, people that come in to just grift off the hard-earned money of the American people, those people that see an opportunity and actually go in it for themselves. I see the hardest thing for me has been to vet people who are just not just political consultants who want to make a buck. We're talking about people who believe in building a movement. And I know Donald Trump had to go through it too. because everybody sounds good in the beginning until you ask them to deliver, and they can't, because not everybody has the purity of conservatism in their heart. I coined this term trans politics, where people just jump ship just to come over, and just because the winning team is now in office and they just say, okay, I'm in now. But 2 days ago, they were different, right? So it's called trans politics. You can quote me on that. And so that's the hardest thing, to find pure American who actually love this country.
Tell me a little bit about your background and how people can reach you.
Well, my background is, I've said already, I'm a Florida Supreme Court certified circuit civil mediator. Also, I have an MBA in finance, and I have a master's in conflict analysis and resolution and international peacekeeping. I think American people deserves to have peace. We need to have more conversations about peace, and we need to feel more secure. And that is why I'm the candidate who can have those conversations. I've dedicated a significant portion of my career to bridging conversations, to bringing people with diverse views, which is why we need someone in Washington who can bring both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, to the table to have a conversation. I'm that person. First of all, they have to be able to understand me, and I think I do that well. And so, that said, there's a lot at stake here. Americans are suffering. Affordability is on the ballot today. I am someone who is where they are. I check the gas pump. I check the shelves at the grocery store. The children need to feel safe in their neighborhoods. We need to know that the borders are safe. Americans deserve to have elected officials who are going to say what they mean and mean what they say. The days are gone where we can get elected and be entitled to the donors and to these corrupt politicians. I'm here to disrupt the system. And like I said, I am an outsider. I'm not an establishment candidate. I have no endorsement from any politicians that I want to refuse from it. But I think, we should look at those endorsements to say, who are these people? Again, you've met me. I mean, we talked about, you saw, what I have on the ballot as well today is authenticity. Listen, I encourage the voters to listen, to pay attention of behaviors. In that, I'm giving you class 101 of mediation. Body language, make sure they align, because what they say is not also always what they mean.
All right. Well, thank you, Sandra, so much for coming here. And it was a pleasure to see you again.
Thank you. SandraForCongress.com, 561-479-6556. Thank you so much. I look forward to hearing from you, the support, the issues that are important to you. God bless America.
Thank you very much. All right. So, folks, as you can see, we have many representatives of this conservative movement here, and I'm glad we're hearing all of their voices. My next guest is Rod Joseph, whom I believe I interviewed last year, right? Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. So, interestingly enough, I believe you are running in the same, correct me if I'm wrong, same area that Sandra is running, or maybe not?
That the same district, okay. Which is a good thing, because the hardest worker will always prevail. I've been stopping the ground by far. I have over 5,000 volunteers. We already registered for the first time in Broward County over 31,000 new Republicans.
That is excellent. That is excellent. Thank you for doing that. Thank you very much. So tell us a little bit about yourself, what's making why you decided to run, and get a little bit of that background.
Little background, I'm immigrant from Haiti, grew up in the United States. I served 2 decades in the United States. I'm also a Purple Heart recipient, combat veteran.
Thank you, sir, for your service.
Thank you. And I'm an entrepreneur, businessman. When I came out of the military and I see the need to take action, to be part of the change that I want to see, I spent 2 decades in the military, come out, my hometown still the same. And that's the urge for me to go and to be part of that. What I want to see. I have a master's in history, military history. I have a master's in diplomacy and international relations. I have a PhD in international relations and diplomacy. So I'm well versed in with a background in legal. I've been a paralegal for 20 plus years. So being get all of this, I know Washington DC. I'm already endorsed by Senator Rick Scott. I also State Representative Sarah Plakin. I've been endorsed by a few and support by the base. What really important about my campaign for this district is the inclusiveness for everybody in the district, because we have a wealth disparity in the district where we got Belgrade got the least amount of people in the district. But Belgrade
is a powerhouse.
We have over $560 million of federal grants. That money only allocated to 5 or 6 companies. Where the district, they call us a poor district. But we are a really poor managed district. Because we're not poor, because any district that can receive
that amount of money,
grant from the government, we need to look all that money spent, the reason why you don't filter down. And this is why in the last 30 years, the district haven't had any luck, because from Hastings to Sheila McCormick, now they need a leader. I'm a proven leader. I deployed. This country already trusts me with their sons and daughters. I took them to war in Afghanistan, bring them back, and I was a paratrooper, and I've been leading from the front. And this is what I brought here to save the district and then put it in the right path.
Wow. That's great. That's great. Well, thank you for running. Thank you for this background. What are the challenges that your campaign is facing these days?
So far I don't call this challenging, because the economy is really raising money. But imagine I have 5,300 volunteers. 5,300 volunteers. This is the first time Broward saw a group of Republicans knocking doors. I had over 300 people the other day knocking. We knocked 5,000 doors in 3 days.
Wow.
Broward never see that before.
No.
Never. So we have the message is clear. This is a movement. We got almost 27,000 veterans in the district. I'm here for them because I know what they want. I know what their family needs. Elderly, we have a great amount of elderly in our community.
Yes.
First responders.
Yes.
And all of that, when you get all the myriad of the community, I'm the best fit for this to lead that district, and that's what I've been putting the work for.
And who are your opponents on the Democrat side?
The Democrats got 11 candidates filing.
Oh,
so
wow.
It's okay, but that's 11, but it's fine. I've been doing the work, and I'm a big believer. If you study, you cannot worry about exam when the day of the exam. Because I do my homework, I study, I'm ready to pass the test.
Okay. And tell me, how did you coalesce that? It's an impressive number of volunteers. How did you coalesce that?
I'm present in the community. I'm foot on the ground. I'm grassroots. I am present in my community. I'm everywhere. And I'm always been present. Prior politics, I'm always been a vocal. I'm always been present in the community. So this is the reason why they drawn to me for the sheer amount. I have a group right now that have 1,200 pastors in the district. At my table, I have 10 people outside. I have 5 pastors. So what I'm doing, I'm changing the mindset of those people to see conservative within themselves. Most of Caribbean people, we are Democrats by default. But when you realize we have a conversation, they're all conservative. And this is the message I'm bringing. And I want the party to reach out to those communities, because most of those communities never see Republicans reach out to them. I think I'm calling, don't make that mistake for the midterm, reach out to every communities, because we need every single vote to turn, to keep the house, because if we don't, President Trump gonna be impeached.
Absolutely, absolutely. What messages or what talking points do you feel are more transformative when you're having this conversation with, let's just call it, ancestral Democrats?
No, the good thing when is the differential different. Most of the thing everything we against, they against too. They without realize it. My community, they don't support abortion. They all Democrats. They don't support LGBTQ. They all Democrats. They don't support two men married. And then when you look at them, say, this is what your party stands for. And then they're like, really? And then I tell them, this is not human rights. A choice of your sexual preference cannot be a human right. They try to convince you that somebody's rights has been infringing while they chopping you from your First Amendment.
And when you are having these conversations, you mentioned that you had registered new Republicans. Can you repeat that number again?
About 31,000. This is the first time Broward registers so many Republicans. And then we have 5 days a week, Monday to Friday. If it's Saturday, Sunday, we just go straight to 2, 3, 4 churches. We divide a group of almost 50 pastors that goes to different churches, and then just tell them, well, I have a group of 1,200 pastors right now.
You know, that's what I want to point out. And as you see, I've mentioned it during this podcast. Number one, how important it is for the church and their leaders to get involved, because politics affects people and affects policies. So this is super important. I'm glad to see you're doing that. And more importantly, Broward is the largest blue county in Florida. It is pivotal. So the work that you're doing is completely necessary and very welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My goal is to turn Broward red. And Broward is not really blue. It's a purple district.
Yes.
It's a purple county. Many people don't realize they are Republicans until you talk to them. So this is what I'm calling on everybody. If you're in Broward, your mom, your dad, you go to vote this election. You're not voting, you're voting for your principles, because what you're voting this year, your children, your futures depend on it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How can people reach you? How can they join this movement?
They can call 754-303-3625, 754-303-3625, or go to vote Ward Joseph for Congress.com, and then you can register. We have a team that will be happy to have you. And then we don't just only work in a district. We go out sister district to assist with other candidate Republicans.
That is wonderful.
So that's what we do.
Again, Rod Joseph, my pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for
Once
coming.
again, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
You know, it is so encouraging, folks, when you see people stepping up to the challenge that we face. It is incumbent upon all of us. And, you know, one of the things that I find is that that's why I did the America First Electioneering Academy, because I want great candidates to have the opportunity to learn the fundamentals of electioneering. So if you may not be in Florida, but if you know of someone that is planning to run, that needs to have some marketing 101, please reach out to me. It's so easy. Look for me. Email is Debbie@salvo.today. That's Debbie, DEBBIE, at salvo, SALVO.today. All right, so my next guest is Charles Whatley, running for sheriff. Come on here. In Broward County, again, one of our local candidates. Charles,
how you doing?
I think we met at the REC a few days ago, maybe?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, you were there? Okay, good. So you are running for sheriff?
For Broward County Sheriff.
For Broward County Sheriff,
Yes.
which I think is long due, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Who do we have right now, and why do you feel that you're going to make the difference?
Right now, you only have the Broward County Sheriff that's there is Gregory Tony, the Democratic Sheriff.
Yes.
And he's been there for 7 years.
Yes.
And what the people
He was replaced after the Marjorie.
Stoneman Douglas tragedy.
Yes.
Yes.
He came in right after
He
that.
came in right after that.
Got it.
And then switched to Democrat a week after he was appointed, which a lot of people don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. And since he's been in, it's been a disaster. In 25 years, we've had 3 Democratic sheriffs, and every one of them has been a disaster.
Mhm.
Even with the current sheriff there, of course, everybody in South Florida knows about the lies and scandals that he was found to have falsified documents.
Yes.
And he was on the Brady list, which means he cannot give court testimony.
And
So,
this is the sheriff of Broward
this
County,
is the
one of the
current sheriff of
largest
Broward
counties
County.
in Florida.
Cities are, fighting to pull away from the contract. So it has been a complete disaster. And I take it personally because I was raised in Broward County. So it's my home. He was never raised in Broward County. He's from Pennsylvania. So it's my home. I was raised by that single parent with 5 siblings, very poor childhood, raised in the minority neighborhoods. And at age 10, I became a grown-up, having to work to provide for my brothers and sisters. And I served on our United States Marine Corps with honor and 28 years of law enforcement. So this isn't about me. I decided the first time to fight against him after we witnessed the fire rescue helicopter crashing, knowing that they were past due for replacement for 10 years. And it was more important for him to do projects to promote himself instead with the funds. That was more important. So you had 2 innocent lives lost. And at the same time he was in, you had 29 lives lost in a county jail, not a state prison, a county jail. So I decided to fight to put an end to the lies, the scandals. The budget has increased from $950 million to $2 billion under the sheriff. Crime is up, and we have 47 gangs in Broward County. 47, but you see no major operations. We have a severe human trafficking problem in Broward County. Florida is rated number 3 in the United States for human trafficking. If you look at Polk County, right, with the GOAT of sheriffs are Grady Judd,
Yes.
right, very small, half the size of Broward County. He's made 255 arrests in 1 year for human trafficking and rescued over 63 people. Broward County in 7 years has only made 16 arrests and rescued 5.
Wow.
With a population of over 2 million people. And we have a major port hub, the 3rd busiest port in the United States. So Tony puts, and it's a known fact, that the current Democratic Broward Sheriff's Office fights for the criminal. I will fight for the people, for the citizens, and hold the criminals accountable, and that's all criminals. If you come to Broward County, don't commit a crime. If they like Grady Judd, the way he handles law enforcement, they're going to love Charles Watley.
Now tell me, let's talk a little bit about your campaign, because Broward is a large county.
Yes,
it's
it is.
blue. There are challenges to get your name out there.
Yes,
right?
there is.
So what are you seeing campaign-wise at this point?
I'm seeing campaign-wise, we have a lot of independents. And when you combine independents and Republicans together,
Yes.
that far outweighs the Democrats. And for the average Democratic voter, they're not part of the elitists,
Yes.
right? And when you speak with a Democratic voter, the average voter, they want to be safe.
Yes.
And many of them
Safety
are
trumps
about,
everything.
and the thing that we can all connect on with them is faith, family, and freedom. But when criminals are allowed to roam the streets, when gangs are allowed to
Yes.
do drive-by shootings constantly, robberies, carjackings, and so forth, then those liberties are infringed upon. And I'm going to put a stop to it. So we have a big connection. I ran before at the last minute as an independent. I wasn't going to run, but I started getting calls immediately after the fire rescue helicopter crash. So 6 months before qualifying, I registered. I had no plan. I ran. And of course, I didn't win, but a lot of blessings came from it because people learned about who I am,
Yes.
what the vision is for
Your
putting
name, your
the
name
people
ID was
first,
out there.
right? And I have that base. And as an independent campaigning for only 6 months, I received more votes than any independent in the history of Broward County with 266,000 votes.
Wow.
So that sends a message. So we have that base, and I registered early now, even though the election isn't until 2028, to let Tony know I am coming. Because just like you see in the Marine Corps, the hat, Marine Corps veteran, protecting my brothers and sisters when I was a little kid in the minority neighborhoods, I am a fighter, a patriot. My son is a fighter and a patriot for our country. My other son is a firefighter. So my dad, fighter, fought in Vietnam, 3 tours. So this goes all the way in the chain of my family
It's in your
history.
DNA. It's in your
We
DNA.
have been raised to
Yes.
do that, to stand for what is correct, what is right. And the good people of Broward County, it is a right for them to be safe, and I'm going to do it.
Absolutely. Well, Charles, I did not know most about this. I am very encouraged by what you're doing. I am
Thank you.
grateful, and we need to talk.
Oh, yeah.
I want to help you. So
Thank you. God
okay.
bless you.
It's a pleasure, and
All
let's
right.
connect
God bless you, and God
outside.
bless the people of Broward County, and God bless our president.
God bless our
He's the best.
president for sure. Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Thank you. God bless.
Okay. And folks, I think we're here with our few last candidates. Before we wrap this up, and I am so glad that you were able to make it.
Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss it. Good to see you.
Good to see you. This is Raven. Raven, I think I interviewed you last year as well as you were embarking in this process.
Yes.
Tell us where you're running.
I am running in Florida's 23rd district, congressional district, and that is now a part of Broward and Palm Beach County. It's a hybrid district, and it is currently held by incumbent Jared Moskovich.
Okay. So we just interviewed, I guess you would be running in the primary against Scott Singer, right?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us tell us a little bit about your campaign, why it's going to be different, what your challenges are, and where you are these days.
Well, I'm honored to be here. The campaign is going great. Again, my name is Raven Harrison, and I am, for those who don't know, I am the daughter of 2 retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonels. I'm the wife of a retired C-17 pilot. And our daughter was the brave young lady who was picked up by the throat at 8 years old and expelled from school for voting for Trump in a mock election. That was when we realized that our freedoms were under assault and that it was starting at the school level. So the district is a very interesting dynamic with the redistricting. It's come down to a D+3. It used to be a D+7 at one time. And Broward represents one of 2 solidly blue districts in Florida, and it is a must win. And the advantage we have great support. We are endorsed by Mike Lindell, General Flynn, Kevin Sorbo, Ann Vandersteel, Laverne Spicer, a lot of the known names in the industry. We have fundraisers coming up. We're knocking the doors, and Broward has really received us well. If you want to change the message, you have to change the messenger. And that's what we are attempting to do. We're giving them a discussion. Let's focus on what we can agree about, which is communism is not going to work in America. Having our freedoms under assault is not going to work. Hate and propaganda and division is not going to work. So in addition to having passion, you have to have a candidate who can win, who has a strategy to win, and we do. And we are leading in money, we are leading in endorsements, and we are really excited because we're going to give 23 the representation they want.
It's so encouraging to see such candidates of such great capability running in that area. So I'm very encouraged about that. What I know they're telling me that we have to wrap this up. Unfortunately, I could spend here a lot of time talking to you, but how can people reach you, get connected with you and your campaign?
They can reach me at ravenharrisonforcongress.com. That is a website we are monitoring constantly. We have events coming up. For those of you who know, Ed the Trucker is coming down for an event with us, and superstar in the conservative movement, and one with General Flynn. So we are going to be giving them something exciting. So what I would leave them with is people don't remember what you said. They remember how you made them feel. So for me, they're going to get a fighter. They're going to get real representation, and they'll be able to see the difference.
Folks, I know Raven has fought this fight as a mom
Yes.
and as an American. So please support her. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, Debbie.
Pleasure to have you here. All right. And we have our last minute, very quick wrap up, right? Okay. So I have here Mary Lopez Palma running for state house.
Yes.
And folks, you know, we've talked about candidates for Congress, for Senate, governor, but truly the ones that are making the laws for us are our House and Senate legislators. So Mary, tell me a little bit about your campaign and why you're doing this.
Well, most importantly, it's important to note that every 2 years we let the Democrats have the seats over and over again. The only Republican state House representative we've had over the last span of 15 years and Chip LaMarca, and now he's termed out.
Yes.
So nobody thought another state House race could be had. So when I analyzed District 102, I said, okay, this is a seat we can flip. It has not been flipped in almost 20 years. It has been very blue. But I must tell you, I ran last term and I got 43,000 votes, and barely 28,000 Republicans are in the district. So that tells you that change is on the horizon. Our NPAs and our Democrats are very interested in seeing change. And I do have a primary in August, and then from August, the general election. But we're out there door knocking. We've raised over 50,000 every quarter so far. The fundraising is very strong. One thing I'd like to note is what you said earlier. Legislation is written by us. So as a real estate attorney, I've been practicing for over 25 years in Florida. My passion is the law. And I escaped from Cuba when I was young and became a citizen when I was 18 years old. And I have been very active. My track record speaks for itself. I've delivered over 80,000 U.S. constitutions to the 8th graders in Broward County. I also run the Missing Children Global Network, where we find kids that have been human trafficked and kidnapped. And I've been very involved with the Republican Party of Broward as their event chairperson and candidate recruitment. And doing all of that for the last 9 years, I said, you know what? Let's challenge a Democrat. So I am running for 102. The incumbent has termed out, got 43,000 votes. We almost won. So people say, well, what were the numbers like? I won election day. I won early election, but I did not win with vote by mail, right? That always gets us.
Yes.
So we're going to make sure it doesn't happen to us this time. We're going to continue to move forward. We don't have an incumbent, so that's good news. I'm running against a dentist and a 21-year-old on the other side. So again, I always go back to look at my track record, look at the years I've devoted to the Republican Party. And I love the America. I love USA. I love all of our voters.
And Mary, I am going to hold your feet to the fire because
Yes.
one of my passions is election, not integrity, because we do not quite have it. We need election security. And right now we had some great bills that ensured that we had proper technology audits.
Yes.
Some of the standards that we are being used in Florida, the standards date to 2005. That's before the iPad was even invented.
Unbelievable.
So we have loopholes where citizens non-citizens can vote.
Yes.
We have certain chain of custody issues with voter rolls. So there's a lot of things that Defend Florida, which is my Genesis organization, has promulgated. We've had bills that are written, and we have not been able to pass them to further tighten those loopholes. So when you are in
Yes.
writing those laws,
Yes.
and I give you a call,
Absolutely.
or I say, someone says, Debbie sent me.
No, you can call me directly, Debbie.
Okay,
You call
all
me
right.
directly.
I'm going
because
to
if-
hold your feet to the fire on that.
If we have to work hard to become citizens, and we need change in our backyards, because people always focus on Washington, but we need to realize
we're focused on Florida.
Yes,
Yes.
Florida and your own city. It's
And
so
Florida
important.
leads the nation.
Yes.
So we have to have those standards, which is why,
Absolutely.
Steve Stern with his podcast on election security is
so important. I'm
this
part
is
of that
so
as well.
important.
It's
Yes,
so important.
so important. So
and
thank
we
you.
have to roll back some of those laws on absentee ballots. And Trump is talking about that
Yes.
right now. I am all for that. I think it's military and those in
And
senior homes that cannot leave to
medically,
vote.
medically necessary and our military.
Exactly. And
Period.
that's it.
Period.
Otherwise, voter fraud will continue.
It's always through the vote by mail. So, all right. So we are going to wrap this up.
Yes.
How can your supporters reach you?
Real simple. MaryLopezPalma.com. I have a big fundraiser with Alligator Ron Bergeron on March 26th. He officially endorsed me. And it's going to be a fun event at the Ron Bergeron Saloon. If you've never been there, we'd love to have you. But MaryLopezPalma.com. Reach out to me. I'm here for all of you. I'm here to listen and hear about any laws like Debbie was talking about, any laws that we need to address. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank
A pleasure.
It's a
Best of
pleasure.
luck.
Thank you. God
Okay.
bless you.
Thank you. So, folks, this concludes this section of the podcast. I appreciate your continued involvement, your support. Again, a plea from me. This is a personal plug. If you have any great candidates running, if you have someone that represents the values that we just saw here in this podcast, and they have a fair chance and they're serious candidates, look for me, Debbie at salvo.today. We will not only train them with some fundamentals of electioneering, but we have the most productive, user-friendly voter contact platform that was modernized. It's modern. It's not legacy like so many of these systems, Numenar and I360. When I was doing the campaign for Vote No on 4, I was using, I believe, I360, and I had 10 hours of training, almost a PhD, and could not operate the thing. So want to make it easy? Look for me, Debbie at salvo.today. And again, if you want to follow my writings, my opinions, Praying Mantis on Substack. Thank you so much. And I guess I'm ready to sign out. See you on the next one. Am I good? Is that food for me?
Thank you, Richard. Okay, so we will have 4 awards today for first place gross score. Then we have third place net, second place net, and first place net. Interesting, we had a very interesting game today as 2 teams, our second and third place net were a tie, but there was a shootout on the 18th hole, and that's what decided the difference between those 2 teams. So we're about to announce those winners, and we are going to when we call your names, please come to the front of the room. Then we have third place net, second place net, and first place net. So for third place net team scoring a 49, Jason Sulzer, Jim Mundy, Will Donnellan, and Courtney Arnaldi. Would you please come to the front of the room? The whole team didn't come to the front of the room for their award. Jason Sulzer, Jim Mundy, Will Donnellan, and Courtney Arnaldi have an award waiting for them. Is any members of that team here in the house? Will Donnellan. Oh, so you're going to accept for the team? I'll accept for the team. Okay, so right over here. Yep, right over here. Yep, you got it. You got it. And so what they will be receiving today, Jason Sulzer, is, of course, a plaque for third place net winners. They are also receiving $75 gift certificates for the Golf Pro Shop and Trump.com. And they are also receiving Republican Red Fine Wines, Republican Red Chardonnay. Right over here. Yep, right over here. And we'd like to give them a round of applause for their big win. Second place net team. Wow, that shootout amazing on the 18th hole. For a score of 49, as the third place was, Brett Schroy, Vince Shabino, Drew Eels, and Joseph Warshman. If you please come here. Accept second place net win. Second place net team. Wow, that shootout amazing on the 18th hole. For a score of 49, as the third place was, Brett Schroy, Vince Shabino, Drew. And a big round of applause for our second place net. Second place net win. Gentlemen. Here you go. Second place net. Gift certificates. Second place net. Hey. Gentlemen. Here you go. Second place. Okay, and if I could have your attention for the first place net team with a score of 47, Gary Shashatsky, Jovan Shashatsky, Ron Ramos, and Jacob Ramos. Will you please come to the front of the room? Gary Shashatsky, Jordan Shashatsky, Ron Ramos, and Jacob Ramos. To the front of the room, please. Okay, and if I could have your attention for the first place net team with a score of Gary Shashatsky, Jovan Shashatsky, Ron Ramos, and Jacob Ramos. Gary Shashatsky, Jordan Shashatsky, Ron Ramos, and Jacob Ramos. All right, and for first place, low gross with the score of 65, we'd like to introduce, and please come to the front of the room, Neil Mayo, Daniel Kane, Kyle Lincoln, Jonathan Palermo. Big round of applause for our #1 team. For first place, low gross with a score of 65, we'd like to introduce, and please come to the front of the room, Neil Mayo, Daniel. They're receiving a Republican Red wine, sparkling wine, which would be the domestic version of champagne from Republican Red Winery. It's a beautiful commemorative plaque. And for the team, gentlemen, before you step away, the grand prize being a round of golf at Trump International Golf Club, whenever you're ready, up until May of 2027. And as of November of this coming year, Trump International Golf Club will be completely redesigned to be the state's premier golf club that you guys will be able to play on anytime you want to. So well done, gentlemen, well done. Congratulations on your victory. Thank you for participating. Nico, can you give me that little bag on the table? And for the Beat the Pro, need to put them all, want to put them in the hat? We're going to announce who beat the, for everybody who played Beat the Pro, this is the drawing that you all got your certificate, your coupons for. So pay attention to your tickets that you were given. So if everybody can take out your red tickets that you were given when you play Beat the Pro, I'm going to tell you the ticket number we're going to pick. You want to hold it? You want to mix them? Nico, if you'll mix those up for me, I'll select the ticket. Everybody, all golfers, please take out your red tickets. All golfers, please take out your red tickets. In the MAGA hat are all the tickets. They were mixed by the treasurer. Coupon number 8755867. 8755867. 5867. Any golfer that has that red ticket, you won a gift certificate for beating the pro. Last numbers on the ticket are 5867. Anybody with a red ticket, 5867, we have a gift certificate for you. Is that you? And here is our winner. You beat the pro and your gift certificate is here. Congratulations. Well done, and thank you all for participating on the golf course for our Beat the Pro.
We're done with this? Yeah, we're done.
And just a short announcement, we have a beautiful book by A.M. Gold, and this is the 19 most intriguing issues of our time regarding politics, of course. We have a few available, first come, first serve, if you catch me, and this book will be yours. Free gift to the first come, first serve, 3 available. And Richard. You're up. You gonna let him get dessert? It's up to you. Play it how you want.
What are we doing with these books?
I'm gonna give them away to anybody who asks for them.
Okay.
You guys all having a good time? Are you all having a good time? All right. Got dessert in the back. Dessert in the back, if you haven't noticed it. Wonderful ice cream machine. But I need your attention as we continue. All right, all right, all right. All right, here we go, here we go. Reminder again, if you can email Senator Rodriguez, it only takes you 10 seconds. Do it right now before you forget. 10 seconds, email Senator Rodriguez about a Trump Boulevard in Broward County. All right. I'm just going to roll right into it. You got more announcements? Any more announcements, Chairman Marino? Where you want me to roll? Roll right into it. All right, everybody. You heard from Bruce Soulsby, great guy. Bruce, another round of applause for Bruce. Heartfelt speech about his journey surviving cancer. You know, look at this room. We got more than 200 strong here today. Patriots, leaders, fighters. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. This golf tournament isn't just a great day on the course. It's one of the engines that drives victory in Broward County. You know, the funds we raise here today are going to fuel the fight to elect Republicans in Broward County on what many once called impossible ground. Let me tell you something, we are winning. Yes, winning in Broward County. In 2024 alone, we elected nearly 40 new Republican office holders in Broward County. 40. Unprecedented. Let's hear a round of applause. Come on. Every single one of our recommended judges was either elected or retained. In our special districts, Republicans now outnumber Democrats 32 to 28. That would have been unthinkable just a few years ago.
Yet today we actually have 68, count them, 68, if I may have your attention, please. Republicans holding elected office in Broward County, 68, round of applause. Who are they? They're people like Bob Sutton. Bob Sutton, stand up, Bob. Celeste Ellich, Celeste, right next to him, stand up. Miguel Castillo, you still here? I see you over there, Miguel. Let's give some attention to Miguel. And we're gaining ground in every election cycle. This does not happen by accident. This happens because of you. I know everybody's having fun. They're talking to each other, but I'm going to keep rolling here. Every dollar raised here today means another voter contacted, another door knocked, another phone call made, another family inspired. Without events like this, there is no war chest. There is no turnout machine. It costs thousands of dollars every month just to keep the lights on and the fight moving forward. Your contribution today is not symbolic, it is strategic. Now let's be honest, Broward County, just south of here, is still the largest Democrat-dominated county in the state of Florida. Only one of 5 blue counties left out of 67 statewide. They have nearly 589,000 registered Democrats in Broward County. But here's what they don't talk about. We, Republicans, have over 310,000 registered Republicans in Broward County. That's 310,000 patriots. That's not a minority, that's a movement. And in 2024, that movement showed up. Republican turnout hit a record, ladies and gentlemen, because of the funds we raise here today. In 2024, we had 83.2% turnout in Broward County. Unheard of. You know what the Democrats had, if I may have your attention? What do they have? I'm going to wait until I hear a pin drop in here. Everybody, shh. All right, we beat them by over 4 points. 4 points we beat the Democrats. They had 78.9, we had 89.3. 83.2, I mean. We outperformed them by more than 4 points. That's discipline, that's organization, that is belief. President Trump's vote totals in Broward have increased every single election that he ran in. 261,000 back in 2016, 333,000 for President Trump in 2020, and 358,000 votes for President Trump in 24. We are on the move, even in the most Democrat-dominated county. Nearly 41% of the vote we got, and we are outnumbered there by 2-1. Can you believe that? Meanwhile, what did Kamala Harris get compared to Hillary Clinton? She actually got less votes than Hillary back in 2016. That's a fact. The surge in Broward helped deliver Florida by over 13 points for President Trump in 2024. Just 4 years earlier, he only won by 3. That is the power of turnout. That is the power of belief. That's the power of organization. And it proves something important. Broward Republicans are not spectators in statewide races. We are the difference makers. This is where it counts. Everywhere else is performing pretty well. Broward County, we're like the C student that could be a B student. If we just got a B, it helps the whole state out. So our next governor is going to need Broward County. Our congressional candidates, I'll rattle off something that I saw here earlier. Scott Singer, where are you at, Scott? Is he still here? Scott Singer, George Moraitis, Raven Harrison, Michael Carbonaro, Rod Joseph, Eddie Spears, Sandra Dorsey, Jared, where's Jared? You guys still here? Well, you are all going to need the Republican Party to help you out, whoever that winner is. And if we swing just a few percentage points more, you know what's going to happen? We are going to take out entrenched incumbents. And I'm talking about beating Jared Moskowitz. I'm talking about beating Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I'm talking about beating Lois Frankel. That's what we're talking about here. History tells us this is not going to be easy, ladies and gentlemen. In the last 80 years, the party holding the White House has only expanded its congressional majority 3 times. The last time was in 2002. The odds aren't supposed to favor us, but history also tells us something else. Florida was once a close state. A swing state, close, purple, divided. Now what is it? Because of people like you, Florida is a rock-solid red state. If Florida can turn red, Broward can rise as well. I stand here not just today as the state committee man from Broward, but as someone who won locally, the town commissioner, Lauderdale by the Sea in 2024. I couldn't have done it without many of you in this room, so I thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping me win in Broward County, of all places. We saw some other close races in Broward last time where Republicans reached mid to high 40s. Once thought unreachable. Amazing. Mary Lopez Palmer, she's running again. She's here today. She is one of those examples. She hit the high 40s in history. No one expected that. She's running again, and she might pull it off next time if you help her out. The trend lines are on our side. Registrations are moving in the Republican advantage every single month. The momentum is real, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Momentum wins. So I ask you, don't think of today as just a tournament. Think of today as an investment in victory for Broward County and for statewide Republicans. An investment in victory. Join us at our next event on September 19th. Bring a friend, stay engaged, stay active, stay inspired. It's going to be our Reagan Day dinner, Trump Day dinner, you might call it. Because this fight is bigger than party labels, it really is about saving America. In November 24, what did we do? We saved this country from a disastrous path of the Biden-Harris administration. And we all do that in 2024. Let's hear it. Let's hear it, everybody. Our work is not done. What did President Trump say in a moment of courage that the entire world will never forget? What did he say? Fight! 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 He is fighting for us every day. Now we got to keep the fight going on here at home. Under Chairman Marino's leadership, we have had record-breaking fundraising. With your help today, we're going to knock more doors. We're going to make more calls, reach more voters, and build a machine that cannot be ignored. We're going to raise money, gather volunteers, support our candidates, win local races, support those statewide victories, and keep Florida red. Ladies and gentlemen, they used to call this area the belly of the Democratic beast. Well, we're going to be the tip of the spear in killing that beast. Now, we've got some more of our wonderful day to continue here. But before we go on, I need some audience participation here at Trump International Golf Club. So I need everyone on this side of the room. I want you all to say Donald. Come on, everybody. Say Donald on the right side of the room. Say Donald. Donald. Everybody over here, I want to hear you say Trump. All right, Donald. Trump. Donald. Trump. All right, I think you guys are ready to turn Broward red. God bless you. God bless America. God bless President Trump. Thank you. Now mark your calendars, everybody. September 19th. BrowardGOP.com. Pay attention. We're going to be putting out messages shortly about our Reagan Day dinner, and we need you to support it. It's going to be great. So get your spot today. Last reminder to email your Republican Senator Rodriguez. All those papers on your table. And now I'm going to bring up our next speaker. I'm just a filler act, I know. David Brat. So Dave Brat, before coming to Liberty University as Dean of the School of Business, Dr. Dave Brat served in the United States Congress for Virginia's 7th District. As a member of the House Freedom Caucus, Dr. Brat was also among the foremost advocates addressing immigration issues. His knowledge base comes from years of experience in business, as an economic consultant with Arthur Andersen, and as the World Bank, with 20 plus years of work in higher education, teaching economics and ethics. He also served as the president of the Virginia Association of Economists and was a member of the Virginia Board of Accountancy. His vision is to advance Liberty's unique position in higher education as an institution which studies, teaches, knows, and lives out the good life, and actively puts faith to work in the real world of business and beyond.
So, if I may have your attention. All right, that's an audience that's going to listen to Congressman David Brat. David Brat, please come up.
All right, thank you, Richard. Thanks for having me down here. I have the room's a bunch of congressmen and women, so I'm going to give them a few points I learned the hard way. And happy to do that. But first, I want to thank Steve Stern. Let's let everyone thank Steve again for coming into this great event. Steve, everybody in this country did the hard work and go through the elections, the polling, and all that. Thank you, Richard. The fact is, this room has enough energy and enough horsepower to change the country, right? And the problem is, our business class and the jobs and the young people are not fully activated. We've got to get everybody activated. So when it comes to voter integrity, everybody, you need to get your list, right? I'm going to invoke Charlie Kirk. I was friends with him 5 years ago. He came to Liberty, said he wanted to start a think tank with me. How did he get millions and millions of young people to follow him? Right? It was the basics of integrity. Integrity is what puts you together as a person. And what held him together as a person? The church, the family, the pursuit of truth, God, religion, everything, right? He inspired the country, millions, tens of millions of people at turning points, turning this country around. And so did Steve Stern. All right, Steve's going to lecture to everybody. I'm a professor, so you got to be quiet. It's going to get boring in a minute. All right, let me give the Congressman a little hint here. When it comes to elections, I got lucky. I won a big race for various reasons. But basically, I learned since then, don't talk about economic, budget, boring, $2 trillion deficits and all that. If you don't hit the heart and emotions, what did Charlie Kirk do? He hit every emotion under the sun. And so as candidates, you got to hit that, right? You see the candidates, how did Trump win? How did he win Hispanics, African American, blue collar, working class? Did he win by talking about spreadsheets? I don't think so. Right? He hit gut punch after gut punch and just let it rip. So all of you've got to figure out whatever that is for you. I'm not too good at it. I'm a Presbyterian economist. That's one of the most boring creatures God created. Right? And I got taken out. You know who beat me? Is this room educated? You know who beat me? Abigail Spanberger. Spanberger, Long Island knows. From the CIA, she just gave a rebuttal to Trump. Right? So Congress, Governor, VP, because Virginia's got too many checks coming from the federal government and from the state government, and you got to have firepower. And the Republicans, unfortunately, don't message at all. Now, for you folks running for Congress, this is the way it works. I'm not making this stuff up. Right? So there's what's called a giant Excel spreadsheet in the sky. The Speaker of the House owns that. I know Mike Johnson, he taught at Liberty and all that. Right? I know Paul Ryan. He got trained in on stuff, and then once they go behind that curtain, something falls out of their head. Common sense. Right? So the way this thing works for real is the Democrats all have a unified message. Right? Nancy Pelosi, Iron Fist, 3 issues, boom, 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 they fight on it. Healthcare, what's going to be this year? Mamdani, what's going to be? One word, begins with an A, affordability. That's what they're going to do. What are the Republicans running on? Do you have any earthly clue? No. So I was one of the most conservative because I'm a Presbyterian economist. I went to Princeton Seminary, home of James Madison, who also went to Princeton Seminary and stuck around and studied Hebrew. And if that's your worldview, you might structure things knowing about what's called the fall in Genesis 2. I'm going to get to Genesis 1 in a minute while you're religious freaks. But I got no money from leadership. None. Because I oppose leadership on a lot of issues because they follow no common sense whatsoever. But if you're going to do that, at first I was okay. But you better make friends with your local regional newspapers. You better make friends with a lot. Who's running for Congress in here? Raise your hand. Everybody good. And you, right now, I'm just telling you, you better make friends with a bunch of 20-year-olds who do social media. Right? I got a guy, like Jim Circle here. I made fun of her dress and I got in all sorts of trouble. By the way, the golfer's 47. Congrats, that is phenomenal. For 9 holes, I can't shoot 47. I mean, that's my first. Good. All right. That's my little education lesson for the Congress folks. Let me hang on. I wrote a few notes down. Make sure I don't miss anything. Let me give you a mini history lesson to bore you to death, but please pay attention. The order of this matters. Let me start with the finish line. I'm an economist. When did economic growth start in the human history, the history of humanity? When did modern economic growth begin? 1776. Before that, every human being on Earth, for all of human history, in every civilization, made $1,000 a year. Are you with me on this? The people that are chatting are going to get an F and have to come back for summer school. Listen up, $1,000 all of humanity, and we're all now sitting in Trump International Golf Course with a bunch of gazillionaires, from what I can tell. Right? How did that happen? How did we get so lucky? I don't think it's luck. I think it's the same reason we still got President Trump with us. A bullet grazes his ear. He's alive by divine providence. True or false, class? We're with you on this one? If you believe that's true, you can't just go on from there and go, oh, the God thing, I'm not really that interested. Either there is divine providence or there is not. If there is, then we got some work to do. So, if there is divine providence and you do believe in God, let's go back to the Hebrew scriptures of the Torah in Genesis 1. The most powerful political sentence the world's ever seen. That led to everything else. Every single person in this room, God created you, man and woman. He created you, just by the way. I'm not going to unpack the meaning of all that, go into biology. Man and woman, he created you in his image. You get what that means for you clueless. Right? You're made in the image of God, the likeness of God. That is quite something. Right? Now, if you believe that's true, then the Catholics came around about 1300. Have any of you heard of Steve Bannon? Any Steve Bannon fans? War Room? Yeah! Not enough of you. Wow. The golfers, you guys, you young people. War, yes, okay, there's Steve Bannon. Bannon's Catholic. I'm what you call a Protestant. I'm the frozen chosen. I'm from Michigan, Minnesota, so that's my own problem, right? So we get into it all the time, but we have a great time. The Catholics came up with this nice little thing called human rights. Not in the Bible. Anybody know about what century? 1300s. Islam, the Muslims had a few smart guys back then in great universities. Not so much anymore. Averroes, Avicenna, the Catholics, Thomas Aquinas. Who am I leaving out? Jewish Maimonides, 1300. They all agreed on Aristotle. All right? Any of you believe in human rights? Everyone says yes, but no one knows what they are. So it's kind of fascinating. Right? We got to get back to those. Right? Do you have the rights of liberty in this country? I know. I know. Do you have it? I know. Good. Someone's critical thinking over here. If you have a right to liberty, how is it the federal government takes half your money from you? The smart guys, John Locke, he had this thing called self-propriety. That's what property rights came in this discussion on rights to liberty. How in the world do you say you believe in a right to your freedom and the federal government takes half your money from you? Because you're all sleeping. And because we're losing. To who? The Marxists. So you're saying, rats up here rambling about God. Okay. You can say that. Does Xi Jinping in China believe in God? No. Do the Marxists believe in God? No. Are they in the Wall the Chinese and a few other, Iran, they haven't quite learned how to play the sandbox, but they have a strong human rights tradition. Oh no, so some of this stuff, the dots kind of connect. All right, let me close up. I can tell you're all itched to talk again. Two other things after human rights, I'm just going to mention them. Private property. Anyone who believe in private property? Does Mamdani believe in private property? You politicians and people may want to spread that idea on social media. That seems to matter, right? Private property, and then the punchline is, if you put all that stuff together, private property, the rule of law. Anybody like the rule of law in here? Or is that me? Really? Rule of law is fine? Or is that just for Puritans? I know, no one likes any of this stuff. What? I gotta follow God, I gotta follow the rule of law, I gotta do human rights. It's a better bill. No, it's not a better bill. That's what you're not comprehension. Right? So, President Trump, deep in his gut, believes everybody is dead. He doesn't like wearing religion on his sleeve, but that guy is a freedom guy. Goes out and this guy, he believes in his country. He believes all are made in God's image. There's no questioning that. We live with one of the greatest presidents that's ever been, in the greatest country, and the greatest get out the vote guy on the earth sitting right here in the room with us. Now the question is, are you going to do anything to help him? Are you going to today do anything to help him save the country I just got done preaching about? All right, that's it. I'm done. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. God bless Steve Stern. Go support him. Congratulations to the Dolphins. Thank you so much.
And before our next speaker, I would like to all to say to every one of you and to get all of your attention on this matter, that we want you all to network and socialize here today with fellow Republicans. Your networking together matters, and that's the reason we bring you all together. Those of you who are having discussions with fellow Republicans networking right now, we ask that you please step into the lobby so that the remainder of everyone else can hear the next speaker. So if we can keep our chatter down, or you're welcome to network outside the room. To finish that, we'd like to give everyone a chance to hear our next speaker. So if we can have the crowd please be quiet for our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, thank you, Congressman Bragg, for telling us about starving the beast, killing the beast up in Washington. Thank you for your service. Appreciate you. All right, if I may have your attention, I'm going to introduce our keynote speaker today. Peter Tickton's legal career began in 1972 in Ontario, Canada, where he practiced as a barrister, primarily in the criminal courts. They call them barristers up there instead of lawyers. I'm a lawyer, so. He then attended the University of Miami for 2 years, graduating cum laude. He founded the Tickton Law Group in 1991, which became a prominent litigation firm with a dynamic team of strategists and trial lawyers. See, everybody complains about lawyers until you need one. Peter is one of the good guys. So you need a trial lawyer like Peter when you're in trouble. You need one of the good guys. Peter served as a lawyer for President Donald Trump, including representing him in various high-profile legal matters. Peter Tickton's career is marked by his dedication to justice and his unique perspective on the legal profession and public figures like President Donald Trump. His work has had a significant impact on various legal issues and continues to influence the legal community today. So, without further ado, and I'll give everybody the shh. I'm going to bring out Mr. Peter Tickton. So you got to get really close to this mic. You want me to put it here, or you want to hold it? All right.
Thank you.
Steve, thank you so much. Not just for, you know, it may be honor we get to get through.
That's better, right? Okay. But nobody heard me. Thanks, Steve. That's just fine. All right. Okay. For those that are talking to somebody else, like you guys over there, hey guys, yeah, do me a favor, do me the answer, okay? All right, you're talking to each other, you're not listening to me. And I'm here for a reason, I hope, because I'm going to tell you all something. That are not about me, not about you, but about the fact that our country is in a lot of danger right now. Okay? And more than you know, you're going to learn something from me today. I promise you, you're going to learn something. I don't know where to start exactly. I've been talking about this now for a few days. All of a sudden, our proposed order, emergency order that we are recommending to the president came out the Washington Post, and since then it's been all over the place. But let me just tell you what it's all about, okay? Because we're in a lot of trouble. Now, how do I know what I'm talking about? That's probably the first place I need to know. I hate talking about myself. As I said, I'm not looking for it. But I represent Tina Peters. Anybody ever hear of her? The most important thing I can tell you about Tina is she wanted me to make sure I got my points out today about what I'm talking to you about. Tina Peters is one of the most important people, one of the most important issues that I'm dealing with. I need to get her out of prison. And I'm doing everything I can. Not thank God. Good job. Thank God. But I was able to oppose on and get a pardon, okay, for the Peters. When I did, they gave me that pardon. I all of a sudden I came to do that thing I had heard so many times. Be careful of what you wish for, you just may get it. Because now I have to fight to make sure that a federal pardon from the President of the United States will apply to state charges. That's going to probably be something that will go to the Supreme Court. And in the meantime, she's still languishing in prison. And she is a real American hero. She's not only an American hero because she's being incarcerated for three purposes. One, which is to shut her off. The second purpose is to be kind of a scapegoat for Janet Griswold, the Secretary of State of the state of Colorado, who basically is the real criminal, who destroyed information, wiped 62 making machines clean. And the third reason is to scare every other clerk in every other county in the United States. Don't you dare be brave. Don't you dare stand up for what's right. Don't you dare preserve the truth, because you'll be treated like Tina Peters if you do. She's an American hero because of what she was doing. She preserved the truth. She preserved. She imaged the hard rights of the victims. Now, with that help from what Tina Peters did and from what was discovered in Aiken County, Michigan. Okay. So now we're talking about something you guys are not familiar with, right? Anybody here familiar with Aiken County, Michigan? You are, yes. Okay. And you are too. Oh, good. Excellent. Aiken County, Michigan. What happened there? But before I tell you about Aiken County, Michigan, I want to take a poll here. I'd like to know something. Of all the people who think that the election in 2020 was a fair election, by a show of hands, please raise your hand. All of those who believe that the election in 2020 where Joe Biden beat Donald Trump was rigged, please raise your hands. Okay. This is the result I get every time I speak. But let me ask you this. Notice I don't say that the election was rigged. I mean, it was stolen. I don't use that expression that the election was stolen. The election was rigged, and I know it was rigged for a fact. the election was great, not stolen. What was stolen was America. Our country was stolen for 4 years. And these people were not our friends. They were not good to America. They would give up, there's no way anybody ever thought it was a good idea to open up the southern border. There's no way that anybody ever thought that it was a good idea to do the weaponization against anything MAGA, et cetera, that was done under Biden's administration. But now let me return to Aiken County. In Aiken County, the vote in 2020 was flipped. It is a very red county. When Biden won it, everybody looked at it knowing it was impossible. And then on further examination, it was learned that the vote was flipped. All of the Democratic votes, all of the votes for Biden went to Trump. All of the votes for Trump went to Biden. And that can be done, and it's been demonstrated to me by somebody, Mark Cook, who showed me on a computer with those programs exactly what box you check and to get that effect. Now, how do you check a box? Okay. You have to have access to the computers. And what they speak of in terms of these computers is they speak of something being air gapped. Has anybody been familiar with the term air gapped? What it means is that it means that the computer is not connected to the internet. There's no wire there. It's only air around it. And all of the idiots in the world are very happy to believe that they get machines and believe that this is true. It's air gapped. Therefore, the election must be true. It must be safe. It's not. Because now we know by examination of the machines in Aiken County, because of the flipping of the vote, there was a lawsuit. And because of the lawsuit, the attorneys involved, some of which are now being tried, about to be tried, I represent one of them. We will win. Always win. I get it. But let me tell these folks something important, okay? There were experts that examined the machines, the tabulators. And what we found in the tabulators are phone chips on the motherboard. Okay? Yes. Nothing less. Robust ones, the kind you get on first responders' phones. So these tabulators are not just tabulators, they're cell phones. They don't need to be attached to the internet. Okay? What we're talking about here is something really dangerous and very serious. Because we have 22 Republican senators that are up for re-election in this particular midterm. 22 Republican senators. If they take the majority, and they can easily do it with these machines, if they take these senators, they not only will have the majority, they'll have a 2/3 majority. What is the nightmare that you consider here, and why is this an emergency situation? It's an emergency situation because you've got cell phone chips in the tabulators that count the votes. Let me ask you all something here. That may be a bit for you. Okay, men. And women, just think of it the other way around, okay? Would anybody here, let me see by a show of hands as to who would think that this scenario I'm going to give you is an emergency? You're driving down a two-lane highway, one lane in each direction. You're doing 70 miles an hour. The traffic is coming in your opposite direction. You're doing 70 miles an hour, and you're separated by 2 yellow lines between you. Nothing else. And you get a phone call, and you find out that your ex-wife, who happens to be mentally ill and very, very hostile, has now seized control, has penetrated the computer in your car, and at any time can take over the steering. Anybody who thinks that that is not an emergency, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands. Well, the point is, as funny as that scenario may be, the present scenario is that scary. If we should lose the majority of these Senate votes, they not only could impeach in the House, but they would remove in the Senate. And who do you think the Democrats are planning to do that right now? No. Donald Trump, yes. J.D. Vance at the same time. This is their plan. Their plan is to take this whole thing over by then removing Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And then who do you have? You have the Speaker of the House, but that time will be Jeffords to be the next president of the United States. That's how scary this is. And if you think that these people are just Democrats, get real. These are not Democrats the way we used to know them in the past. These, they're not just crazy, but they're evil. And they're not just godless, evil people, but they have a plan and they have action, and they are going to make our lives miserable. Now, there isn't a child that doesn't think that, I guess there's some that don't have parents, but there's not a child living with parents that doesn't get the fleeting thought sometimes about what it would be when the parents die. And maybe they get a little bit of a tinge of unhappiness, a tinge of what the loss will be. But they don't get the tinge when they think about it while their parents are still alive. When their parents actually do leave them, that's when they find out what misery is. And I'm telling everyone here, look, I've been around for a long time. I'm 4.5 months older than our president. I went to school with our president. I've known him since we're 15 years old. I love our president. Almost everyone in our class that knew Donald Trump loved our president at that time. We didn't know what to love. We were young boys, we were 17, 18 when we graduated. But in the years that passed, I'm talking about it now. Okay, captain of a company, when you're the captain of a company, a dear military academy, you want to knee somebody in a bad place, you just do it and there's no ramifications. You want to punch somebody in the nose, you can punch somebody in the nose. You want to scream at somebody, you can scream at somebody. And the year I lived with Donald Trump, we were very close. He was my captain our senior year of high school. And he made me his sergeant, and frankly, he told a recent friend of ours recently that I was the best president in high school. I'll tell you that, I'm honored by that way, of course, I feel the same way. But, the fact of the matter is that he never, ever, ever did anything like that to me today. He never hit anybody. I never saw him get angry and scream at anybody. When we would have mail call, his heart was in it for the students. Everybody's there getting their mail, except for those that don't get mail. We all know what that's like. On summer camp, on somewhere in there, always those kids that just don't seem to have parents that care or love enough to send cookies from home. He always knew who they were. Always had the right thing to say. Was always a good guy. And that's why I love him. Not because we just happened to be together, but because he was such a good person. And the guy that you see that cares about mothers and children that have died, the guy that you see that goes and feels that pain of commiserating, that man is real. That's the same guy that I know. And I promise you, what you see is what you get. But now we got to return. We got to talk about the emergency. What we're going to need is we're going to need to deal with this. We need an order, and it's not an order. And Donald Trump made it very clear. He's not going to sign any order, emergency order. Why does that mean emergency first? It has to be an emergency because the president doesn't have the right under the Constitution to make rules as to how elections are conducted. The president does have the right if there's an emergency. and this is a national emergency, what could be more of an emergency? If China were coming at us, so we talked before about the fact that, yes, the election in 2020 was stolen. Okay, we all know that. By whom? It couldn't have been fixed by Biden because Biden couldn't fix a flat tire. So who did it? John Brennan. John Brennan, he's definitely involved, but believe me, China, when we got Maduro, we didn't get Maduro just because he exported cocaine and fentanyl. We got him because he was exporting election fraud. The fraud that he was sending out was Smartmatic and then returned into Dominion. That fraud is being perpetrated on 72 different countries, of which the United States is only one of them. If you want to know why is it that freedom has gone away in the UK. In the UK now, they're arresting 30 people a day for what they say on the internet. Okay, people are being imprisoned in Canada. People are being imprisoned in other places. They lost the freedom of speech. We're about the last place left on earth. And if we lose it because we don't act on the fact that we've got these people with these machines that are stealing the vote from under us, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. And I can tell you that it's already being done. It's already been discovered. There's a friend of mine. You're not in trouble. A friend of mine, Weston Martinez, was running for Congress in Texas, and he did something smart, and I hope all of you do the same thing. I hope every candidate who's running for Congress who can hear me now, or can see me on camera, or can hear from what I said, it's very important that you take action and get the daily list of the people that are voting in your area where you're running, in the district you're running. You've got to do that. You've got to go to that trouble because they're not able to keep up with it. The first day he got the information, he saw what we call modified duplicates. In the voter rolls, we've got modified duplicates. What the heck is he talking about? Modified duplicates. What the heck does he mean? It means that in any place where you've got like Steve Stern, right? You can have more than one Steve Stern. You can have Steve Stern, you can have two, you can have three, you can have four. And each one of them has the same driver's license number, the same social security number, the same date of birth, the same information, except a different voter identification. These are the modified duplicates. These are in the voter rolls. They're in the archives. They pull them. The machines pull them out. They pull them, put them back. We need to make sure that our candidates are keeping track of this. Get daily lists of the voters that vote in the counties in which your district is in. You need to do it. Because you're going to see, you're going to catch them. You've got to catch them. Okay, please. This is really important. But the other thing is, why do we need this emergency order? I told you he doesn't have the power one way, but he does the other. He's not intending to file, and what he said was he's not going to sign an order, an emergency order, to take over the elections. But he's not federalizing them. Let's not get confused here. When you watch the news and watch what's coming down in the next weeks, nobody's asking that the president federalize and nationalize the elections. We want the states to continue to be, we just have a few extra rules. And the most important of all the extra rules is that they be hand counted and they be publicly hand counted. Okay, that's what we need. We already have paper ballots. We don't need to change that. What we need to do is make sure that the machines are not doing the counting. Stalin said it's not who votes, it's who counts the votes. And right now, those that are counting the votes are using corrupted machines that cannot be trusted. And that itself, the fact that they can't be trusted, makes it an emergency. And the fact that these votes are, I mean, what are you going to believe? Wouldn't it be better if it's not just that they have to be hand counted, but they have to be hand counted publicly. So that means that there's going to be cameras on it. That means that there are going to be people watching it. And what it really means is that you've got something that's transparent that you can see and trust. Because what are you going to prefer to believe? A black box with bone chips in it? Or your own eyes?
My own eyes.
Thank you. All right, sir.
Did you solve that?
I don't know if it's totally resolved yet, but Maduro's going to have to speak sooner or later, unless he wants to spend the remaining years of his life in the max, super max, alone. I don't think he's going to go through that. Let's hope that he doesn't. Let's hope he comes out and lets us know what's really going on. Because public perception of the fact that we have this emergency is necessary in order to get this signed order showing that there is an emergency. So that's why I'm here. That's why I'm speaking to you. That's why you need to hear this. Because I need you all to act. I need you all. President Trump needs you all. Our country needs you all to act. And the way you need to act is let people know we have an election emergency. There's no order that could be signed by the president to create an emergency. It's only pointing it out and declaring that it exists. That's what we have. We have an election emergency. Please understand it. Please vocalize it. Please let everyone you know that this is a problem that necessarily needs to be cured. And the only way to cure it is for the president to sign an order that basically requires that the ballot be counted. There's 17 pages order that's been prepared. And I think that the president will be on board if it is meaningful, if the public understands and knows what the heck is going on. So I've told you these things now, and I'll lay you on so nobody here understood or knew about the bone chips being in the tabulator until right now. But I'm telling you, that's what it is. That's what was found in the Akron County tabulators. We haven't had access to others. So understand, if it's in there for Akron County, they're in the tabulators throughout the country. And they will determine the outcome of the election rather than will of the voters. So with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pickett. It's going to bring up once again our chairman, Chairman Chris Marino. All right, after Chairman Marino, we might actually give a little time, since we have extra time here today, for our candidates to come up and give a little pitch for a minute or two, whoever's in the room. So Chairman Marino, lead on.
Thank you very much. And candidates that are in the room, please stay close by. We'd like to give you an opportunity to speak. We do have a little extra time in the agenda, so you'll have a chance, and we'll try to find a reasonable order for you to come up and give you a couple of minutes of time. But as the chairman of the Broward Republican Party, I'd like to offer you all my most sincere gratitude for your support, not only today, but for your past and continued support. I'd like you to have the confidence in knowing that your support is being used to fight for you and your values in Broward County and beyond. Aside from this event cost, all monies donated by you go directly towards turning out Republican voters to the polls in November, as well as supporting our candidates. Without your support, we would have no other funding to educate our voters. Let's talk about staying connected. You can also help by sharing us on your favorite social media. Please look at Facebook at Broward GOP Official, Instagram and X at Broward GOP. And we do need you to stay with us, like us, share us, and follow us. Please visit browardgop.com. Keep up to date and on supportive information that you need for elections, such as voter guides, candidate information, local Republican events, and much more. Please make sure to allow us and fellow Republicans to stay in touch with you. So I'm going to repeat that. This is difficult. We all get blown up by text messages every day. We know this. All of us do. It's not just any one of us. Please make sure to allow us and fellow Republicans to stay in touch with you by email and text. It is critical that you allow us to stay connected and never unfollow or unsubscribe from your fellow Republicans, and especially the Broward Republican Party. The Broward Republican Party would like to thank all of our speakers and members present today for volunteering your time and to make this event great. I ask that you all please read our event program guide carefully. That's the program guides on your table that Ismael Cabezas worked on for us. And you'll find these fine patriotic businesses that have stepped up for the cause and deserve an opportunity to have our business. Please take an extra step for them as they have done for us. Richard, if you would. Any candidates in the room, please be alert. And we're going to ask you if you'd like to have an opportunity to speak before the crowd. We'll give you that.
All right, let's roll. I'm going to go to the top of the list that I had there. I'm going to give you a minute. Is George Moretti still here? George Moretti. Is Scott Singer here? Scott Singer's right up here. He's running for Congress. 1 minute.
My fellow patriots, I'm Mayor Scott Singer of the city of Boca Raton, and I'm running for Congress in Florida's 23rd district. While I've been in Boca Raton for 15 years, I'm a Broward boy. I grew up in Lauderdale by the Sea, lived there for 17 years, so I've lived in this district for more than 32 years. And I know what it does. I know what it takes to get this win for us. This is the most livable seat in Florida, and it's not just me saying that. That's Politico saying that after I entered this race in January, the best pickup opportunity we have. Having great support locally from within the district and without leaders in Washington, D.C., but it's really the grassroots here, and that's where I'm asking for your help. Proud to see supporters like Mayor Peggy Brown and Wesley here, and we'll be rolling out a bigger list of endorsements. She deserves applause, but so do you all. This is a fight for the future of our country. In Boca Raton, we've had success because we've invested in public safety, kept taxes low, have the lowest property tax rate of any full-service city in Florida, lowered the tax rate 7 times, encouraged business growth, and focused on the basics: no DEI, no ESG, no wasteful stuff. We need that type of leadership in Washington to advance President Trump's agenda. I'm proud to be chairman of the America First Policy Institute Mayor's Council, where we work with mayors across America to advance the America First agenda. With your help, we'll be able to do this in Congress. Please get in touch with me. ScottSingerUSA.com. We'll be knocking doors in your neighborhood soon, as we already have been. Appreciate your support, the chance to earn your vote. We need to take this seat back. It's our best pickup opportunity, and I think I'm the best voice to win. To beat Jared Hoskins. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Singer. Adam Cervera, school board member, would you like to say anything words? Up to you. I think he's already left. Chris Vincent, you still here, Chris? Let's see. Susan Stark, are you a candidate this year? Are you running? Okay, just making sure you can say something, yes. And Mayor Brown, are you up for re-elect this year? I'm not sure. No, you got it. Oh, no, only the candidates this time. We'll try to give them stage.
Thank you. I'm going to be quick because I know I said you to get out of here. But I've been serving local government for 25 years in the town of Davie, so I'm probably one of the longest serving Republicans in Broward County. But it's because of grassroots effort. So I really want you to realize that, yes, the money's great, but if you don't get out there and help support, physically support, knocking on doors, talking to your friends, hosting coffees in neighborhoods, those local things are what gets everybody elected. And I want to touch upon something Peter said, and thank you. A couple of my elections ago, I guess maybe 10 or 15 years ago, there was an anomaly that I noticed every time I was knocking on doors with people that I knocked with. And we noticed that this was the early, voter absentee ballots. So when they came out, I always got the list. And as soon as they came out, I knocked on those doors first. So we go out there and we noticed that there were 5 or 6 people registered at the house that never lived there. They were registered at the house and their ballots got sent to a post office box. So the anomaly was over and over 200 in that one day that we walked. So I called the supervisor of elections and I let them know. I happened to be a Democrat at the time, but I still knew her enough to talk to her about what was going on. She looked into it. There were probably thousands across Broward County, because when you talk about my little district in the town of Davie, that's one thing, and on one day. But you add those 200 around Davie, and then you add Mount Broward, look at how many were actually, a problem. So what happens, they were registering people to vote with fictitious names at addresses all over. So they were going to post office boxes where they could rig it then and then file for their candidate of choice. Be on the lookout. As Peter said, it's not just the machines, though. It's the sneaky other ways that can happen. And I want you, the only way you can defend this is through grassroots effort. So help those candidates that you support grassroots, please.
Thank you, Susan. Let's get some of the congressional candidates up here. I see Michael Carbonaro about 2 tables. He's on your umbrellas. Please come up, Michael. We're going to keep it strictly to a minute. Get ready, Rod Joseph. Any other congressional candidates? Let's bring you up since your districts are going to run through here. So just be ready. I'll call you up one at a time. I'm going to time it from now on. Thank you.
All right. How many of y'all here want to be Betty Washington Schultz? Well, I'm running in Florida District 25, and I'm running on the basis that I want to restore the freedoms that America has had, and some Democrats have taken away from us for decades. And we've seen what happened recently in Iran and Venezuela 2 weeks ago, and now what's going on with Cuba. And this is all about restoration of freedom. People have bled and died and left everything to come to this country for the American dream. And it's been slipping away as our freedoms are eroded. Our economic opportunity, affordability, our safety. I mean, VHS is defunded right now because of people like Betty Washington Schultz. So I'm running and I'm dedicating myself. I'm not a politician. I'm a first-time candidate. I'm a businessman. I've grown my successful businesses, and I'm putting that on pause because I'm compelled to do something about losing our country. I want to return that American dream, and I'm committing myself to do that for everybody in this room, everybody in Florida 25th District, and all of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All right, let's get, who else we got? We got Rod Joseph brought the hole in one. Rod Joseph, come on up. Whoa, what a cheering section.
Good afternoon, Broward. How you doing? This is a wonderful day to be a Republican. It's no better day to be here than President Trump International Governor. I decided to run for office because Broward is the most mismanaged district in the whole country. Because the poor country, the poor district, but it's a district that poorly managed. Broward, by the year of Berkeley, received $560 million a grant for agriculture. If you don't know, Broward County from Belgrade has contributed 20% of all the vegetables Americans are used to consume. How come a country that produces almost 20% of what GDP is poor is mismanaged? I'm here. This country trusts me to lead the $7 to wars. Come back. And now I'm here to lead Broward out of the mess it is. But Joseph Papoja, thank you.
Thank you, Rod. All right, let's get Raven Harrison up here 1 minute.
What do you want me to use? Good evening, good afternoon, Patriots. My name is Raven Harrison, also known as the Conservative Warrior. I am the daughter of not one, but 2 retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonels. I am also the wife of retired United States Air Force C-17 pilot Major Paul Harrison. And for those of you who know me, I'm also the mother of the strongest patriot I know, Patience Harrison, my daughter, who was picked up by the throat and thrown out of elementary school for voting for President Trump in a mock election at her elementary school. That is where we are, Patriots. It's coming right down to the children. I am running for Congress to take out the communist Jared Moskovich and replace it with the grassroots. So what we need to know is passion is great, but we need to have a plan. We don't send our doctors into surgery without the tools they need to operate. We don't send our firefighters in to fires without what they need. We don't back up the best president in our lifetime with establishment. I am the only grassroots with a plan to win Broward. They are talking to me, Raven Harrison, for Congress. It's going to be a new day, and I'm proud to be the one who told Nancy Pelosi I was going to put a breathalyzer on our podium. Real representation is coming back. This is a grassroots effort, and I look forward to seeing you all in Washington, D.C.
Thank you. All right, who else we got running for Congress here? We got Eddie Spear, Sandra Dorsey. I saw Sandra, you're up next.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Chairman Moreno, everyone who's here, all those who have put this event together. What a fantastic opportunity for us Republicans to gather today and raise our voices for freedom. This is a great day in Palm Beach County. My name is Sandra Dorsey. Has anyone here been told that they cannot do the impossible? I've been told that in this race. They told me, you are alone. You show up at every event by yourself. I'll tell you why. Because I answered a call. I know the journey I'm about to take. I know what's ahead. But you know, Sandra is spelled S-E-N-D-R-A. The E in Sandra is for Esther in the Bible. She was a slave girl, a woman who had no hope. But she had to answer because she was the only one who can step up to the plate to help her people. You are my people. You are in this because you saw the need of a country and a district that can lift it up. District 20, where I'm running, is a significant area for Florida. We have farming, we have tourism. Guess what? I am here to not just stabilize, but to increase the momentum in the financial sector so that it can become more prosperous. Affordability is on the ballot. We need to pay attention to how we can help those who cannot help themselves. So my name is Sandra Dorsey, and I am running to be the servant to that district. My background is I'm the Florida Supreme Court certified mediator, is to help bring more communication to both sides.
Yeah, timing everybody. They all got it.
Okay. So that's fine. So I am the candidate who will definitely make sure that communication is observed when I get to Congress. And I know I can get the support center for Congress. Wow. Thank you so much. I love the nod from Mr. Moreno. Thank you so much.
All right, any other Congress candidates? Eddie Spear, Jared Gerfine. Eddie, 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Eddie Spear, and I'm running for Congress in Florida's 16th Congressional District. And I was a software entrepreneur. And then after that, I started a Christian school in Bradenton, Florida. And the reason why I tell you that is because I'm not a career politician. And people need to have the instincts of what freedom looks like and what it takes to protect those freedoms. That's what I have, that's what I'll be bringing. As I'm talking to people across the district, what I've found is that they've been gaslit. They've been gaslit by the media. They've been gaslit by social media and the suppression of our freedom of speech. So what I've found is that I'm just so thankful to actually listen. Somebody that's going to actually listen to people and take those issues to Washington, D.C. and not stop until people like Fauci are put in jail. People who have taken our freedoms are put in jail. We need to do something about it, and the time for action is right now. So vote for Eddie Spear in Florida 16th Congressional District. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared Gerfine. 1 minute.
Hello, y'all. I'm Jared Gerfine. I have met some of you before. I have appeared at several events, including your from last year, and have been at several of the Federated Republican Ladies of Liberty events. And my fiance and my daughter are right here, who joined the Federated Republicans. I'm very grateful to Chris and Steve because they have been terrific to me. Terrific. I represent Donald Trump's values. We cannot lose the House. What they will do will undo everything he has done. And that is my principal reason for being here. I come from a century of Jewish Republicans, which in this district happens to be an advantage. And I would like to win Florida 23 because it's going to take a Jared to beat a Jared. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let's see any of the local candidates. Do we have Mary Lopez Palma? One minute.
Hello, everyone. It's so nice to be here. What a great event. Thank you, Steve Stern, Richard Denobly, Chairman. We are going to flip District 102. Everybody said it can't be done. I got 43,000 votes last go round in a district with 28,000, give or take, Republicans. We are this close to flipping it. But what Richard said earlier, we cannot flip these seats without the help of every Republican. I am the only state house seat on the west side of Broward running. And when you think about flipping a seat that has been blue almost 20 years, it's so exciting, right? Come on, man. We only have Chip LaMarca and Hillary Casale is now part of the Republican team, but I will be the third state house representative, 25 years plus as a real estate attorney. I'm going to write the legislation that makes a difference for home affordability and for families in Florida. So may God be my witness and God be with me on this crusade. Thank you for your support. And MaryLopezPalma.com, sign up, donate, and be there for me. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day.
We have Chris Leeson, Bernadette Smith. Are they still here? Hearing none, I'll move on. Do we have, let's see, Nicole Pazos, Rachel Rodriguez. Rachel. Okay, we have Rachel. One minute for Rachel.
I think I took the long way around. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much, Chairman and Steve Stern, for this opportunity. I'm Rachel Rodriguez. I'm running for Florida Governor. And you may not have heard my name yet, but you know what work I've done. Back in 2021, I was representing firefighters in Central Florida with one of the first mandates for public employees in the COVID era. I was also representing families, parents, against unlawful mandates. And so that's where that began in the last few years. I've also worked with Chris Gleason, I know he's not here, on election integrity. There are many, many issues that still face us here in Florida, and I really look forward to serving all of you as governor. Since I've been serving as a litigator in the private sector, now I want to take it to the public square. I look forward to representing all of you. Again, that's Rachel Rodriguez, and you can find me at www.rachelforgov.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Well, so I see Audrey Fessick, I see. Carrie Ann Worley, are you still here? I see Audrey. Running for Pompano City Commission re-election. 1 minute.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you for sticking around. My name is Audrey Fezzik. I am running for Pompano Beach re-election, actually. This came so quickly. Pompano Beach District 1 City Commissioner. So what I've been doing in the past year is learning a whole lot, and I've been really holding some people's feet to the fire, and I'm enjoying that process. I'm enjoying being there to represent the residents that live in the district and live in the city, and make sure that we're doing things, following proper processes, and making sure that every step of the way we have transparency and accountability. It's been a tough road so far, but it's been a fun one for me, and it's been something where I've truly been excited to see
how many people are finally paying attention to what's happening in Palm Beach and finally getting involved. And so with that, I just want to say I am thrilled to be running for re-election. I haven't even started going gumbo yet, but I focus on the job that I'm doing, and I focus on doing it for as long as it takes. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. All right, let's see, we have any other candidates? I don't see any other candidates unless you raise your hand. Sir, come on. I believe this to be Charles Watt. No? Who we got? Is Charles Watt here? Oh, he's right there, sorry. My vision is not so good.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Gleason. I'm running for the United States Senate. Some of you may have heard of my work, not so much me, but my work. Some of you might know this guy. He does a lot of videos. His name is James O'Keefe. Everybody here know who that is? Okay. So James helped me and some other people get some publicity on this thing that we had discovered. And it was a thing involving Act Blue and elderly people who were making thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of campaign contributions, but they didn't know that they were doing it. So we exposed that, and I've done that in conjunction with other people all across the country. We've exposed election fraud here. We've exposed election fraud in Palm Beach County. In Broward County, who here votes in primaries? Everybody needs to be raising your hand. Okay. Who here would go out intentionally on election day or early voting and vote a ballot that doesn't have even one bubble color in it? Anybody here that would do that? Well, your SOB, Joe Scott, he thinks that you will believe that 180,000 people would do that, or 68,000, or 69,000. And that happens every single election cycle here in Broward County. I'm going to tell you, based on the work that we've done in each one, that's not what's really going on. It's a lot of what Peter was saying. So, if you want a United States Senator who's really going to take a fight to Washington, D.C., I'm your guy. Yesterday, I filed a $5.3 billion election campaign finance violation against Act Blue, the DNC, the DSCC, Raphael Warren, and a whole lot more.
Thank you, sir. Charles Watley, running for sheriff in Broward. Please come up, 1 minute.
Your next Republican Broward County Sheriff. Raised in Broward County, Marine Corps veteran, 28 years of law enforcement experience. I will hold the county fiscally responsible. Right now they have a $2 billion budget. We will hold people accountable and we will be fiscally responsible. We will hold your tax dollars and count every single dollar. Number two, we will hold criminals accountable. Not like the current sheriff, he thanks the people. We will hold criminals accountable. Right now, there are 47 active gangs in Broward County, and we will put a stop to it. But right now, it's not about me because my election is after the midterms. And we have to fight to bring that red wave of freedom across Palm Beach and Broward County, because we are a party of God, a party of people. And we have to remember one thing also, that we are the party of Abraham Lincoln, that we are the party of Ronald Reagan, and that we are the party of our glorious president, Donald J. Trump. God bless each and every one of you. Charles Watley from Broward County Sheriff.
Hey, Charles. Do we have any other candidates that didn't get a chance? Any other candidates? Any other candidates? Chairman Marino, I don't see any other candidates. Oh, Valerie Oakland, you gotta come up and do God Bless America. Where's Valerie? Here she is. Thank you all. Let's give a round of applause for Valerie Bookman. Thank you all. Let's give a round of applause for Valerie Bookman.
I mean, I can, but like, you know. Okay. I'll just sing like a little piece. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairie, to the ocean wide with love. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Well done. Thank you so much, Valerie. Another big round of applause for Valerie. And thank you all for another great event. Go in peace. Yeah, oh. Thank you all for another great event. Go in peace.